Happy time zone, everybody. Just on a frantic lap of the apartment. Bear with me. Oh, I hope everybody's having a good day. I see that vote is managing to completely evenly split itself, and that doesn't matter. I'm prepared for that situation. It's almost like I could see it coming. But it looks like we have a pretty good equal... Oh, no, there we go. Boring Colour Brigade just ticked to 51%. It looks like we've got a pretty even representation for Boring Colour Brigade and Purple Menaces here today, which is a good thing. It's not going to be as much fun as you guys think. Maybe think. I think I've maybe like set this up too well to be like some big crazy thing. It's not. It's just how many, like with only like what, 26 Pokemon to go, we are running out of chances to like battle you two. So you want Boring Colour Brigade to win, but you'll settle for a draw? Well, we're not currently drawn. Honestly, we're even enough though. If it's not a decisive victory, it's not a victory. Sorry that Jinx jump scared you, Darcy. Hello. Alright, so we're going to pretty much get straight into things today because, long story short, Blastoise and Strudelbun are still sitting in a box waiting to be sewn together, and we've given up punishing ourselves for not being perfect in our 20s. So that's just where we are with this. Here we go. Let's open this up. Okay. Just being exposed for not doing quite as much stream prep as I normally would. There we go. Let's just finagle this onto the screen. Now, you may be wondering why I asked you to pick a team for today's stream. You may notice that we have an assortment of purples and boring colours on the screen. Well, let's close this poll off and see which ones we're going to pick from today. Or at least for this first vote. Okay, so we had Boring Colour Brigade come in at 51% and Purple Menaces come in at 48%. And 1% kind of just got lost in the rounding, I'm assuming. That's actually pretty funny. But Boring Colour Brigade won, which means your only options for this first vote are 3 and 4. Because I'm feeling evil, and you guys already picked. So you can pick either 3 or 4. And we'll try again for the second vote, don't you worry. I think that worked. I kind of did that on autopilot. Yay, it worked! Well, you can't have one. I'm sorry, you guys picked Boring Colour Y'all picked Boring Colour Brigade, so we're voting from the Boring Colour Brigade colours only. We'll try to make it as painless as possible for you menaces, but the brigade has spoken. Don't mind me while I rummage through my yarn drawer for the only potential colours we'll possibly need. Ooh, that's a good beige. Your brain isn't grabbing any Pokemon associated with these colours. It's not operating. Oh well. That's fine. I find it helps to not have a functional brain for these streams. It's definitely an upside. I mean, not so much for me. I've got stuff to do. But for you guys, full support. Turn that brain off. It's probably overworked. It's like your modem and your phone. You need to turn it off every now and then to let it, like, reboot itself. I just picked something totally just got here. Sorry. That's okay. 4 is too lively? 4 is too lively. Kiara, today's theme is the Purple Menaces versus the Boring Colour Brigade. They are the two factions of chat. And today I decided to race you guys to see how that turns out. I think they're quite pretty boring colours. Yes. Not gonna lie, 2 is a really nice shade of purple. Well, you'll have to vote for the Purple Menaces for the second vote. Honestly, I kind of thought Purple Menaces would win, but no, Boring Colour Brigade won the day. So now Boring Colour Brigade gets to tick off one of their options, even if that vote is very, very close. It's very close indeed. Alright, I have a nice assortment of beiges here. Yeah. I've been working on the tapestry all week. I'm down to just 19 squares to go. You can see the chaos in the background. I'm down to that final row. Oh, that video should hopefully be up this week. I'm planning a trip to Bunnings tomorrow to get the stuff I need to hang it. So, but in the meantime, gripping a needle is a little bit... I've got a new callus coming in on the end of my finger. And so, like, I just couldn't bring myself to keep sewing. I couldn't bring myself to sew this Pokemon together after literally developing a new callus while working on the tapestry. So I'm good with it. They'll be up next week. Oh, bye Darcy. Have fun working. Why is there only 2 options in the vote? Because Boring Colour Brigade won the first vote. We are battling the Purple Menaces versus the Boring Colour Brigade today. That is our theme. So I have an assortment of purples and beiges up on the screen. And yeah, the Boring Colour Brigade won the first battle. And so we get to pick one of the boring colours first. And then we'll battle you guys again after this. And I'm going to assume that purple will win. Okay, here we go. Let's close this poll off. I think that has been long enough. Gotta say, guys, really close vote this morning. So, the Boring Colour Brigade picked number 3, well, all of you picked number 3, for 51%, and then 4 came in at 47%, and these percentages really are not adding up today. Yeah. Because, like, that math ain't mathing. There was, like, 100 votes. And so 51 of you said 3 and 47 of you said 4. Where did the other 2 of you vote? That's the question. But anywho, let's erase door number 3 and see who we are making today. I think this might be one of his first appearances on stream, but I'll admit I did not check it. You guys have picked Pinsir. He is that lovely shade of brown, which is funny because when I think of Pinsir, I think he's grey. Pretty great. Okay, there we go. Just a cute little nugget bug to start us off. He is our 126th Pokemon. So I'm just going to adjust this camera a little bit more because I thought I'd fix the colours, but now I'm realising you can't really see what's going on. This is just one of the things that we're dealing with today. Nothing seems quite right at any point in time. Let's turn that down. You guys still see that okay? Hopefully you can. I'm just checking for like abstract. Nope, we're good. There we go. You guys happy to see Pinsir? Bitey friend, yeah, but well technically he's pinchy friend, but bitey friend works. And we'll turn a sprite onto the screen. Oh, there's little Strudelbun. It might be one of my favourite names we've assigned so far, actually, Strudelbun. Reminds me of Autobahn, even though they have vastly different vibes. So there is Pinchy, and we need to update our counter as well, because that's another thing we do. Oh, look at the love coming in for Pinsir. I love that. So here's number 126, leaving us with just 25 to go after we accomplish today's goal. I know I brought my pencil over. Where did it go? Seriously. I cannot be having one of these days. I mean, I'll use this one, but I won't be happy about it. I need to get myself some better pencils. And by that, I don't mean like fancy or expensive. Oh, there it is. I mean, specifically, I like this pencil. This little Faber-Castell HB pencil. This is the good one. This is the one you guys can see when I actually draw with it. You want to name him Pilsner? I'm open to it. Mr. Bones will, of course, be recording your name suggestions. And, okay, let's draw a little portrait. So he's kind of like this little upside down egg shape. And then he's got like antlers. They need to be slightly further apart than what I've drawn them here, but he's kind of like the crab claw that crawled away. Ooh, do we do safety eyes on him? That'd be funny. And then just like super angry eyebrows. I've already got an idea of how I'll do the mouth. We'll just do it as like a black piece with like stitched on white teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on either side. So he does have lines across him, but we'll just be relying on our rows, I think, to make those lines, like we've done with so many of the other Pokemon so far. Safety eye butt pick, no toe beans. Huh? Oh, okay, I understand. I've just checked the reference images on Discord. Thank you very much for your assistance, Mr. Bones, and X1C12 as well. Thank you very much. I do really depend on you guys finding me these reference images sometimes so that I don't spend a big chunk of time scrolling through inappropriate Google images, if I'm honest. You just can't safely Google Pokemon anymore. But that's enough of that subject. There we go. And there we go. His arms are way longer proportionately than you think they are. Let's give him some, like, he doesn't skip leg day. He's got like these little McNuggets. But really no other details on those legs. Those arms though are real long. Like, if you look at the sprite here on the screen, you see they've got the shoulder here and the elbow and the arm. Like, the arm is almost longer than the overall body. Now, do I want to realistically go for that? Or do I want to just try and make it work? Because I could absolutely give him the arms of his ancestors. Oh, he's angry. He's an angry bug. He got that bug rage. Serpin. I can get behind Serpin. Just fill this in. There we go. You got a little washboard mouth. Stitches want to play. And we're going to have to place our treble stitches very specifically on this pair of antlers so that they show up correctly in the right spots. Gone for very Adventure Time type arms here. But if you look at them, they're basically just tubes. Like, just because he's got an elbow doesn't mean we have to make an elbow. Oh, that's quite disconcerting when his mouth opens. So his mouth is like, oh, I'll do it on this camera. His mouth is like this, right? But when it opens, it's like, rah. It's kind of upsetting, honestly. At least his pupils don't blink though, right? Right? Surely if they've given him nightmare mouth, they're not going to give him demon pupils. When I eventually get to, it's Arceus, I'm pretty sure, we should name it Arceus Flying. Oh, yeah, sorry, for that pun to work, I have to pronounce it Arceus. As in, like, I see us flying, right? Maybe I'm just not getting the joke. Jokes are always funnier when you have to explain them. Got that Full Metal Alchemist gluttony mouth. He has some thorns on his horns. Maybe name her Rose. He could be Rose. Oh, I've missed part of the abdomen. Excuse me. Okay, let's keep this ticking along though. So we're gonna make an egg. We're gonna put some eyes in that egg. We're gonna make some antlers. And looking at all the reference images there, they're kind of sparing. We've got like 3 rows with spikes in them. And then there'll be one here, and there'll be one on the same spot on the other side. So that's what the antlers look like. For the arms, we'll make probably from the hand working up to the shoulder. But we have to make the arms after we've made the body and the legs so that we can make them proportionate, because these are just quite disconcertingly long. And we'll use treble crochets to make the finger claws as well. That is a nightmarish arm. I'm glad that that doesn't read quite as scary on camera. And for these little leggies, I'm glad to discover no spines on the back. That's a good thing for us. Oh, he is kind of segmented. Do I have to? Depends on how many we want to get through today. I could do some front post nonsense to segment him a little bit more. That's a mouthpiece, in case you couldn't tell. Raw. And we have a leg, which is plump. It's a plump little leg. 2 claws at the front. I honestly appreciate the restraint they've shown with this particular creature, because they could have gone wild, and they've actually just stayed pretty like straight and narrow with it. I like Zipper. Zipper's fun. Name suggestion. Personal space. Okay, so we need a colour for him, and because we were talking about brown grey, I was thinking maybe I use the marble colour, which is... The colours are just not going to show up accurate on that camera today, and I'm really sorry about it. I don't know what's changed, but I'm frustrated with it. So that's brown marble, which might be too grey, or I was kind of thinking he's a little latte, right? That looks almost exactly like the sprite here. So thinking we'll do that. I'm just making decisions. And those horns and those spikes are just they're all just white. Just stay there. Second tier pencil you. I also have beige, but I think that's too blue. Yeah, I think he's a latte. A little latte. So I think those are our colours. Holding them up there. I could also use cream for this, but his pincers really are, which I'm going to call horns. I'm sorry, I probably am. Yeah, they just are white. They're just, let's not overcomplicate this. Let's just do it. So we're going to start with our egg. Eggs. Sorry, had to get that one out of my system. It's been a little bit since I've picked up a hook. Not since I was working on the puppet, who I can see is kind of lurking in the background behind me. That's Mop. Mop was very nearly a frog or a lizard. But I took a little break from Mop and decided he could be a bird after all. Well, Loot, you're very welcome for the reminder. The eggs thing can never be truly that far from the surface. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, Mr. Bones, I second Zipper. If you needed somebody to, like, reinforce that one, I think it's cute. Excellent. Going to have to make your own puppet soon? Yes, it was a great deal of fun, but I suggest you don't try and do it in 2 days. I came back for a 3rd day and nailed it. Don't try and do it in an escalated time frame. 'Cause, like, I like sewing, you know? I don't mind it at all. By the time I finished sewing Mop together, I believe my exact wording to Mr. Bones was, I'm so sick of sewing, I just wanted to stop. Hi.
Hey, I was just thinking, like, he wakes up in the morning and he's like, oh, like, he's not sure if he's going to have a good day. And he's like, and then he knows.
He gives himself a test clack. I can't count and laugh at the same time. I'm going to hydrate and then I'm going to try again. I love hearing that it reminds people of like Jim Henson or Labyrinth puppets, because like they were really like formative influences on me. Like I have so many of the Brian Froud art books as well. And they've really like they left an impression on me. So like Mop, who is not that far behind me, I suppose. He's here. I'm not going to use him as a puppet today because the sock compresses my hand and I can't really do much with him on. But he's here. He's supervising. He's a bit dramatic still. And he has opinions. But yeah, no, he is just the newest little gremlin to join the family. But I absolutely want to try more puppets in future because like I'm fascinated with articulated crochet and crochet that can move. Like I don't know if you guys remember the fidget slug I made a really long time ago now, but the articulated movement of that I think could make for a very interesting marionette type of puppet, or like I think they're like rod and string puppets. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. And like I was going to do an animal, like a creature with limbs like Kermit the Frog, where he has like the sticks that can move his arms around as well. But I ended up narrowing my focus and that was the correct choice. I'm really pleased with how the mechanism inside his beak turned out though, because I was literally just winging all of that. And it's just like, I saw the duct tape and I'm just like, hey, I'll use some duct tape. And oh, hey, I'll use some wire. And it turned out pretty good. It makes a good clack sound and everything. Oh, Night Confused Paladin. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, I promise if we make Ghastly tonight, I will make sure that Rick Ghastly ends up on the name list. I do have another sock, and they do come in pairs. That is correct. That said, it takes 2 hands to put that puppet on, so I don't know how I would manage it with a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, because like as you guys would have seen last week, Mr. Bones has massive hands and they do not fit properly inside those socks. He's like made it work so he could play with Mop a little bit, but they're not. I wouldn't make a Mr. Bones, like a puppet for Mr. Bones, using one of those socks because it wouldn't really work. You need to make it so that he can use it properly. You'd love to see a frog or a dragon puppet? Yeah, well, again, that was another one of the options for this one here. You guys are just trying to distract me, so I accidentally megapod Sir Pinchy. It's working. It's very effective. Is he round or is he like nugget? Is he flat or nugget? Okay, alright, so his top-down view is like this. Here, a little squash. So I'm going to adjust my plans and my expectations accordingly. Let's load the increases on the 2 sides. Yeah. On the 2 sides. Just to give him a little bit more of a squashed shape so he's not round. You do not want a round bug. Not currently looking at the screen. So I'm sorry if I'm missing your messages. It's 9. Cool, so 9 works. It's 3 single crochet, 3 increases, and then 3 single crochet, and we do it again. That'll get us up to 24, and I ain't going any bigger than that. That's not what you're trying to do. I just love puppet. Yeah, I was glancing through the Discord and I saw somebody talking about trying to make a puppet. Forgive me for not storing the name in my brain. Right as I was like still working on Mop, and I hadn't really told you guys I was working on a puppet. And I was just like, oh, this will either be really exciting or like the puppet theme will have moved on by the time the video goes up. But yeah, no, it seems to be doing okay. Utensils? His body is an egg timer, arms are chopsticks, and head is tongs. Yeah, he's a little bit of cutlery. A rhino beetle puppet would be wicked. You could put like a solid frame in the whole like top half of the head and have the whole thing open up. And then you could have like the second, like the rods of it, like flare his wings up and down like a little like fan that pops. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. It is sideways teeth bug. Okay, I just thought of a joke that's not funny, but I'm going to share it anyway. He spends a lot of time in prison because they always manage to pin the crimes on him. Hey! Oh, Mr. Bones just shook his head at me in disappointment. That's how I can tell I've done well. Who's gate crashing? He actually looks like a pine cone? Are we talking about my puppet or are we talking about Pinsir? You don't have the yarn colours? Oh, well, I mean, you could do practices or you could wait until you have the yarn colours. I'll admit that I'm a little bit spoiled in that regard. I always have the yarn colours, but I understand that not everybody gets to have everything. There we are. I lost a stitch back there. I do need to update my yarn though, because like you might be seeing, I don't know if you can tell, there's like some pretty big gaps developing behind me. Though, oh, someone on the Discord managed to find the purple that I thought was no longer available. It just seems to no longer be available online. It's apparently available still in stores. So I might just have to like rummage around through more, like a broader variety of spotlights, which is where I do my yarn shopping. I laugh, CK Mr. Bones can shake his head all he wants. You find it funny? Good. Excellent. I know I'm funny. It's fine. You have the colours, they're just 2 states away because you're moving. Oh, moving is a pain, and to be moving it across multiple states. Like, I understand that America is tiny, but still, moving across state lines has to be tricky. Because, like, if I was moving and my stuff was in 1 state away, it would be a 4-day drive away. And if it was 2 states away, you know what I mean? Like, it's a thing. It's a thing. Yarn haul video? I mean, we could. I really only buy the colours I need to replace. And while that is up to like 50 or 60, it's not like, is it up to 50 or 60? I have a spreadsheet for this. Let me check. We're here. Let's check the spreadsheet. Let's see what yarns I have to replace. I haven't updated it in a minute, which is why I have a bunch of like, I keep the tags so I can update my spreadsheet. You're who I want to look at. We have been derailed and we're going to look at my yarn inventory. Oh no, see, it's only at 32 at the moment, so it's probably up to about 50. Yarn that I need to replace, but I really only buy the same brand, and I really only buy like the colors, and I only buy the colors on the list. Like, it's not a video. It's like, it's literally just me. It's like grocery shopping, you know? It's like I go in, I get the things on the list, I ooh and ah over the other colors and styles and stuff that I think I could use, but then I look at it and see it's $20 a ball. I'm just like, nope, I'm too stingy for that. And then we leave, and then I pay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's. Then I take it out, I put it on the shelves exactly where it was before. There's nothing transformative or super interesting about that whole process. I only do it like every 6 months. Maybe sometimes I've been only once a year. Depends on what projects I've been working on. Should I frog my Lego the Stegosaurus? I'm not progressing at all and I want to finish him soon. Oh yeah, I was wondering how you were doing with that. I don't know, I mean, it's up to you. That pattern more than anything else is like a puzzle. Trying to like put it together sometimes, but like, I don't know, it depends. If you feel disappointed in yourself for frogging it, why not put it down for a little bit and until you're maybe feeling a bit better about it. I don't know for how long, but Marble is 3.15 at the moment. Oh, that's not bad. Might be time to have a little visit with that. I got some crochet stuff out, just not all your colors. Oh yeah, that's fair. Well, I mean, you could plot and plan in the meantime. Trying so hard to pay attention to the stream, but I keep finding fan art of your favourite anime character and keep fanboying over him. Well, remember, CK lives in a country that is a continent all on its own. I mean, I do. Living in an actually tiny country, hearing the statement America is tiny is wild. Well, I mean, I don't mean, yeah, okay, no, I stand by what I said. I think part of it is the fact that I consider like America to be like lots of tiny little countries all kind of bound together, but they're not that big. I'm gonna stop trying to start a war with America right now. Sorry guys, you're huge, massive, biggest I've ever seen. I was worried you could not crochet at all. What a nightmare. Oh, right, sorry, that wasn't me. I spent a good portion of your morning clearing the room you plan to turn into your craft room. Ooh, starting with organising your yarn, found colours you forgot you had. You know what, I still actually have 2 boxes of like, quote unquote reject yarn, which is just like odd stuff that doesn't really go with the bulk of the stuff that I use most of the time. I should really go through some of that. Again, it's not really a video, but it's like, I should use it or I should like donate it. Because honestly, if I haven't used it by now, I'm probably not going to. Check Discord, you posted some plans you sketched real quick. I'll have to get to that later, Nibble Drake, sorry. Hello. Okay, I have accidentally made the bug big. Anyone surprised? No? Yeah, that's what I thought. He's 24 stitches around and he is a bro. I gotta start stitching faster if we're ever gonna get to a second one. We're gonna get to a second one, but it's just like I really want to get to 3 today because like if Purple Menaces win the second vote, how will we break the tie? No, yeah, I'm kind of doing something at the moment, but I'll get to it later. No, I didn't okay, I kind of mega potted him. He's turned out big. I do have time to go back and frog him and make him tinier, but I'm worried that making him tinier will make him really tiny. But really tiny is way more appropriate than really big. I'm going back. You've done it. You've convinced me. We're not mega potting him. And we're going back another row. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. That should be me at 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And I want to go back another row so I can build him into the little oval shape we're hoping for here. But we'll write that down first. So he's currently 12 stitches around. 3 singles and 3 increases to get us up to 18. There we go. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Cool. All right, we're back down to 12. That will save us time in the long run. It will. Mega potato! No. Of course, when your yarn isn't available, you get all the ideas for stuff. Yeah. Keep a list. Because, like, I find that when I'm busiest with projects that I can't take time away from, that's when I get the most, like, good ideas for stuff I want to do. And then when I have time to actually do them, I find myself completely idealist. Now, inspiration is one thing, motivation is another. Because like then sometimes I'll find myself free and I'll have my ideas list and none of them will sound good to me anymore. It's just the way it is sometimes. But yeah, it's come on, brain. Yeah, it's just one of those things. But if you have the idea list, at least you have kind of helped boost yourself. It's not like you're not doing it because you've forgotten. You're just not doing it because you don't feel like it. There we are. We're back up to 18. I'm gonna be teeny tiny little bug. I feel good about this choice, and then later I'll be complaining he's too small. Oh, I hope everything's okay, Darcy. Sounds like you got caught in the floods. I hope Mitch is staying safe too. I know he's got to be out there helping people. That's what he does. But hope everybody's staying as safe and as dry as possible. There's yeah, I was really happy to see a little bit of rain over here, but I understand it hits a little different once it's been falling for 4 or 5 days. Too much of a perfectionist, but putting a project aside for a while always helps. I recommend that because I know it's like literally a thing you should do. Like with Mop, I put him aside for a couple of days and I got back and started him again and I actually had the will to finish him, which was a good thing because otherwise there was a pretty good chance I might have like half buttered it. But honestly, for most of the time, and like I suppose the tapestry's recently been put away for like 4 or 5 months, but that was a time thing because of Crafternoon Clash, not a lack of interest thing. So yeah, putting stuff aside can be a good thing unless you're an out of sight, out of mind kind of person, where if you're not looking directly at it, it no longer exists to you at all. It just falls off the planet. I have to leave my stuff like out where I can see it. Even the tapestry, I say it was put away. What I mean, it was like in a plastic tub where I had to walk past it and make eye contact with it every single day that I wasn't working on it. And even now I have to leave it set up on my desk so that I can just like sit down and work on it some more. And to work on anything else, I'd have to like physically move it out of the way, which is a pain. So that's a good thing. That's been good for me. Happy time zone, Makona Barb. You've been in that motivation rut recently. You've got a bunch of projects you'd like to do, but very little motivation to start with them. Start them. Okay. We can't be expected to go at 100% all the time. You know, it's like yesterday I was giving myself a hard time because I feel like I wasn't being either like work productive enough or fun productive enough, because I was just like sitting there kind of like fiddling around on my phone. Just like, no. Like, you cannot go at 100% all of the time. And that goes for like fun activities as well as like work activities. You have to take breaks to let your brain decompress a little bit. And sometimes that takes the form of sitting there fiddling on your phone. It does. And that's fine. And we do not beat ourselves up for not having fun efficiently enough. Drink water. Last time I was in a motivation rut, I was dehydrated. Also that, yeah. Honestly, I'd say about 75% of the time there's anything wrong with me, I'm probably just dehydrated. Can I please stop the rain dances? Tornado Kate, I promise it's not me. And I refuse to live in a world without dancing. Also, we're only just starting to get a few rains here ourselves. I'd like them to continue. Look, the mushroom sweater's back. The weather has shifted. It's actually been cold. It's quite exciting. For me, anyway. We like it. You finished the Magic Up tote bag? That's awesome. You totally like that with your projects too? There's sometimes I pin them together, set them aside, and crochet more things. Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, often with what I'm doing, I'll make one as I design it. If I want to change anything about it, I make one to test it. And then I make one when I'm filming it. Now, I often don't sew all three together. Sometimes only the one on camera gets sewn together. And then you end up with bits, and sometimes they end up in like sew these together eventually type piles, and sometimes they just never get sewn together. But yeah, it's like I understand that it's probably not quite how it works for everybody. I think we're about halfway. I feel like we're about here, and the mouth starts here, so we probably have like what, 2 more rows to go before I do. If I'm going to do segments, that's the segment. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to do segments. I'm just saying if I was going to, that'd be where they would go. So we'll just keep working our way around. Love to get this body piece done by the top of the hour. And then, because he should not take, Pinsir is not a Pokemon that should take more than 2 hours to make. Like, there's just not enough trickiness to him. He's basically just a bunch of balls and tubes. We got this. We have it under control. What date did I set as the Sew Your Crochet Patterns date this year? I think it was the 23rd of August. It was, look, okay, I very arbitrarily plucked a date out of the thin air back in January. And it was basically just as a tool to help some of y'all relax a little bit. But yeah, August 23rd is the day we sew our projects together. We go through our whips and we finish as many of them as we can. And in doing so, that means that you don't have to feel guilty for having whips up until that point. So yeah, I found that like so much of life's stress is just because you're feeling guilty about stuff. Nobody else is blaming you for it. These noodle arms are pretty cute. I hope they turn out that way. They could easily end up being fiendish little grabbers. Okay, I'm going to need to ask everyone to hydrate, bounce up and down, and shake their arms and legs. Do not sew things shut without stuffing them. What?
Nothing.
Banned. Mr. Bones, I cannot bounce up and down right now or your cat will kill. Yeah, okay, anybody with a cat has an exception, but you should still try to hydrate if you have the opportunity.
The cat should be bouncing up and down, and the cat should also be hydrating.
No. If you have been blessed by the kitten, you do not move. These are the rules. We don't make them. It's illegal.
Cats need hydration too.
Yes, but cats need laps. And if you have been chosen, it's out of our hands, frankly. You're answering to a higher power now. He's just a little nugget boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 feels like a lot. That's the cat law. I agree. Absolutely. Mr. Bones, does ice in your adult beverage count as hydration? Yeah. Totally. Not really. But also, there's no judgment here. Every time I wear the mushy sweater on camera, you get severe storm or a tornado warning. No, it's just because I wear the sweater when it's cold, which must be a similar type of season, or tornado season, for you guys. Like, my sweater is not causing tornadoes. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry to talk about the tapestry so much, because I'm not going to show you guys, because I've been working on it for 6 months, and so y'all can wait for the video. But like, I'm very up in my own head right now about how to hang it, and I'm pretty sure I've got a plan that involves some like non-stretch straps and a couple of dowels. So that's my plan. We're going to try that first. If it's just like, if you see me hang it up and then next time you see it, it's not looking the same way as it was hung originally, be polite. Don't comment on it. Because like, I'm going to have a crack at it, and then if it doesn't work, I'll get Mr. Bones to do it, because Mr. Bones will get it right. But sometimes it's fun mucking things up. It just is. Hi.
Hey.
What's wrong?
My ears are burning. I don't know why.
I feel like I did that front post 1 row too low.
I apologize in advance for the sound.
You must need caffeine. Okay, I looked up and all I saw was, because then you can both hug them and also throw them against the wall, and now I'm worried for all of your cats. Because last time I looked, we were doing cats. You've decided to frog your Lego the Stegosaurus, and you'll attach the legs to the belly piece the way you said to do it in the pattern. Okay. It will potentially make the rest of the pattern easier to follow with fewer adjustments. But, okay. Pinsir is a potato. Yeah, but I don't think he's this much of a potato. My love, are you being a noise-cancelling barrier?
Yes.
I think, yeah, I've gone down 1 row too many. Or have I? I am indecisive today. We're just gonna go with it. Like,
Are you hydrated?
Yeah, sort of.
Have you shaked your arms and legs?
Well, to be fair, they're shaking constantly on stream. Aggressive skeleton noises.
Skeleton shaking noises.
You're having trouble visualizing the mouth? That's okay. I will visualize the mouth for both of us, and then I'll literalize the mouth? Create the mouth? I think create is probably more accurate.
Do you think there's another mouth inside of his mouth?
If the jaws open wide and there's more jaws inside, that's amore. Oh, Mr. Bones is standing there doing this for you. This is the mouth. It'll be fine. It does look like a Diglett, but it's the nightmare Diglett that haunts the other Diglets. Ooh, Kingpin or Sir Snips. Actually, you know what? We haven't had a name check-in in a little bit. I'll do that once Mr. Bones has grabbed his coffee. A caffeinated skeleton is a happy skeleton. Bones like to be wet. Right, I will grab some black yarn and we will whip up this mouth really quickly. I knew it was here somewhere. Thank you to everybody singing along in chat. The mouth does close sideways. a nibble drake. I would suggest that maybe starting simple, just to like learn the ropes of the structure of the puppet, might not be the worst idea, but also I'm biased because that's what I did, and I was really glad that I kept it relatively simple for what it is. Because like just the mouth mechanism was a lot, because there's so much of like thinking about this has to be anchored there to hold stuffing here, but then this also has to be, you know what I mean? Like this has to be open so that my hand can fit through it, and then I have to leave a gap here. It's like, it's just a little bit more shape-wise. You have to think a little bit more three-dimensionally than I normally have to. And like, I'm going to assume you're going to hit the same challenges as I did. That's not necessarily true, but I'm going to go ahead and assume it. This is not the whole mouth, so there's no need to shout. Doo 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 doo. I really liked the new Pokemon Snap game. Like, it's a very chill, nice game. I like just hopping on in there, and I like there's like this level where you go through like the reefs and stuff. That's a really fun one for like, if I'm having a stressful day, I'll sit a little too close to the television and I'll just do a little Pokemon Snap route. And the whole point is just to like watch the Pokemon gamble about a little bit and just be in that world for a little bit. It's nice. And the soundtrack is kind of nice, and it's just chill, you know? I really liked it. Currently I'm playing a lot of Monster Train 2 because that came out like a couple of days ago, and I am not good at that game, but I'm getting better. Yeah, it's so relaxing and pretty. That's what I mean. It's just like such a chill vibe, and like it's so funny that a first-person shooter can be like, that's what a cozy first-person shooter looks like. I think that's just too much mouth. He smiles. He smiles with his eyes. Oh, he's so small. I told you I'd complain about it. Right here, we're at the complaining part of the stream. I think that's as wide as it can go. I can maybe round off the top of this a little bit. Golly, I'm supposed to write things down. That's my job. It's the whole job. The whole job is just writing things down. What's up, love?
I've got a theory about his mouth.
Okay.
So, like, he gets a big stick or a fern or something, right? Bites onto it and then pulls it through the comb to get all the leaves off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like he's like a leaf ripper-offerer.
I like the idea that he a carrion feaster.
A carrion feaster?
He eats dead things.
Yeah. Okay. No, I prefer the plant one. The carrion feast is kind of horrific.
Keep calm and carry on.
Yeah. Well, it does explain why he's got the horns, though, because he doesn't need to use them in like active combat. He just needs to use them to process.
Oh no, they're ornamental. That's where he keeps his digestive tract, apparently.
No, he doesn't keep his digestive tract in his horns.
They're pincers. They're not horns. They could be proboscis. They could like insert the tip and suck all the fluids out.
Maybe they are a representation of his super male vitality.
That tracks.
Look at my horns. My horns are
Ah! He's screaming now. He's screaming forever. Sorry, guys. I feel in my throat that was too loud. The puns today, they're strong. I'm doing my best, and I'm glad that you appreciate them. Oh, you know where I went yesterday? I went to Costco for the first time. They have that here in Australia now, and apparently it's been here for a while, but I was immediately overwhelmed. What on earth is Costco? Alright, bye Tornado Kate, please stay safe. I'm sorry about the tornadoes. When he's stuffed, he'll look more like this. I think it's time to decrease. That's annoying because I kind of want to decrease directly over where the end of my row is, but we'll just stagger it a little bit. Decrease 1, 2, 3. and then a decrease. And that uses up 10 stitches, leaving us 8 remaining, which is not perfect, but we're doing our best. If your lawn's got some holes and they're bigger than voles, that's a mole ray. Yeah, Costco was a lot. I got some good snacks. I got some new containers. I got some I almost bought a desk chair. Not quite willing to like do that on an impulse, but like the chair was comfy. Like the chair was comfy. I'm not quite ready to say goodbye to the ball, but the chair was comfy. Yeah. It's the bakery, guys. I wish I'd been there when I could still process wheat. Because like those cakes look like prop cakes. Like the cakes that you see on television. They were there. They were just sitting there on the shelves. It's like there's no way that that's an edible thing. That is just a brick. That is a prop. Yes, Costco has good croissants. Got one of those sphere fans from Costco. I've not heard of a sphere fan. Would you like some pins, sir? Sketchwolf, I'm gonna bank that one and I'll use it again before the end of the stream and claim full credit for it. Grab some stuffing, not sure why. Not ready to stuff yet. I do like the eternal scream that I'm gonna have to put him in like the little pose. Teeth flail wildly. He's running away. Ah! Oh, I could call him Bobby. He's Bobby Pin. Sir Bobby. That's cute. I like that. Is it time for another segment, sir? I think it might be. But really, I shouldn't be trying to squeeze segments into this. I should just finish it. We're gonna just finish it. Because that one major segment across the middle of the face, which I've put down too low, is already bothering me. And it's just a whole thing, and we've been at this for an hour, and this is all I've done. Let's just pick it up a little bit. Ooh, Devil in the Details 666. That is a big to-do list. My only advice is do one thing at a time. Well, I mean, Amy Liz, that begs the question, how would a female pincer apply lipstick? Without lips, is it still called lipstick, or is it just war paint? Because, like, nobody would ever question a female pincer as to how she would apply war paint. That's a more organic question. So, like, the issue is just that, like, the lack of lips. The name's Pin. Body Pin. Oh, you're a weird looking bug. Let me give you a hug. Just stop singing. Stop singing. Nobody signed up for this. Why are you doing this to them? Alrighty, and we'll decrease again. I'm just trying to like alternate whether I put the decrease at the end of the row or the start of the row on this side, because I can't put it exactly where I want it to be. Because even though I absolutely could just frog one stitch and do a decrease over the end of the rows, it doesn't make for nice pattern writing, and people get a little stroppy about it. Or at least they used to years ago, and since then I've just not done it. Which is, you know, fair enough. Stop complaining about hypothetical people. 7. 5 and a decrease. Cool, 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 cool. Smallest petal, I believe. I'm guessing you're referencing like your house belongs to the bugs and there's nothing they can do. You saw a fluffy moth at work? Oh, was it one of the cool like Titan ones with like the red orange wings, or is it a different one? Gotta count if we're gonna do shaping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there was meant to be a decrease there. In fact, I feel like that should have been 6. Yeah, 6 looks better in practice. We'll change it. We have the power. Oh, Bluey, I'm sorry. I have watched a bit of Bluey, but I have not consumed it all. And so I've missed some. You want to call him Penelope? Sorry, or her, Penelope. The gender is allowed to wander until we assign it. That's just the rules. You have to dissect her to allow her to be stuffing and shape? What? Oh, the beetle puppet. Right, okay, yes. Had me worried there. Again, I thought we were talking about people's cats. All right, let me pop these eyes in, which means I'm going to pop these pins out. Excuse me. Oh, yes, you look questionable. I'm really glad that I've had that mouth pinned on this whole time. Okay, if you have the essay due in 2 days, bash out a rough version of it over the next... I mean, you can do it after stream if you need to, like, focus, or leave stream. That's also an option. Just bash out all of your rough thoughts on it and put it to one side and then work on the PowerPoint again. Because while deadline mode is absolutely a thing in like... Yeah, when it comes to essays, and I was always, like, a very kind of last-minute essay writer... Having just bashed out a rough draft at some point, it doesn't even have to be a logical one, it just literally has to be every thought you have on this subject in vague, blocky order. You have something to work from. It's going to make it so much easier for you to finish off that essay. Okay, he's got eyes. He's got substance. He needs more substance. Yeah, the best essays are always written 10 hours before they are due. Yeah. But, like, you can really help yourself get over, like, that moment 10 hours before they're due when you're sitting down and staring at a blank page and feeling despair. It's like, instead, you can open up the thing that you spent literally 1 hour just brain dumping about, knowing that probably none of it would end up in the final essay. You've made a start. You've greased the wheels. Bluey's on every day here. My sister watches it constantly. They play it 24/7 on Disney Junior. I'm fine with it, but the fact that I hear the theme to the point it's annoying as... No, nothing is as annoying as Baby Shark. And I know that as the aunt to many fine nibblings, Bluey is by far the preferred song. Because, like, as catchy as that Bluey theme song is, it just doesn't lurk in your brain the same way that dang Shark song does. Pinsir? Oh, thank you. Have another. Excuse me. And we'll do 14 single crochet around. Or maybe I decrease again. No, we'll do 14 around. Keeping a very gradual decrease going. I think I can tell here that my loops got, like, twisted around, so when I picked it up and put it down again, it got a little loopy. There we go. For a rough draft, you used to lay out everything. Bullet points is absolutely the way to do. Because, like, what you'll find, what I found anyway, I won't tell that this is how you work, but like what I found is that it made me think about it even if it was like subconsciously percolating. And so by the time it came time to actually write down my real thoughts in an essay format, I actually had some thoughts to write down. Whereas like if you don't start at least thinking about it, you're in for a rough night. Because then you have to do all of the thinking and all of the writing, and that's 2 jobs. And the rule here is we do one thing at a time. Okay, cool. If you already know a lot about it, my never mind. Just disregard. It has been a long time since I've had to write an essay, which is actually kind of... As an adult, I have grown an appreciation for discussing the themes in media and entertainment, and I kind of wish I'd had more of an understanding as to the intention of the essays and why we were writing them when I had the opportunity to write them. Because I feel like in school, right? I have an arts degree, so there was no essays involved there. But like in high school, yeah, in high school, there was like, we were given essays to write discussing like the themes and stuff in various books or movies. But I feel like we weren't taught why we were doing it, and we weren't taught like the underlying reason. Like these days, I'll watch a movie with Mr. Bones and we'll spend just like hours discussing how the lighting was a main character. And I'm just like, why didn't I get that in high school? Like, because don't get me wrong, I was one of those students. I could like pound out an essay that met criteria because I went through the level system, which if you didn't grow up in Australia during a very narrow band of time, you won't understand how stupid that system was. Because literally as long as you included like 4 key sentences in every essay, they couldn't give you a low mark because you technically addressed the criteria by including those sentences. All you had to do was read the criteria to work that out. But like, I feel like I lost something in not actually getting to explore and enjoy those discussions in high school the way I do now as an adult. Like, I feel like there was potential. There was potential there. I twitches at Baby Shark. I didn't know it was a camp song. Girl Scouts were singing it in the early 2000s. It makes sense that somebody took it and monetized it, but like, because I have a couple of nibblings that were very Baby Shark. They carried around their Baby Sharks. They had the toys. They subscribed to the merch. And then I have a nibbling that Baby Shark was not allowed anywhere near that house. That was a Bluey house. What? Do you have Baby Shark stuck in your head? You've got the look of trauma.
Yeah, Scouts. Yeah. Scouts?
You sang Baby Shark at Scouts?
No, I didn't sing Baby Shark at Scouts, but everyone else did. I was talking about Scouts and
We've stirred up a little skeleton trauma. He's a screaming potato. Hands, feet, 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 feet. We shall not be defeated. I loved writing essays in high school, but one of your special interests is research, so it was like candy for me. That's what I mean. It's just like, I feel like I would really enjoy the process of doing it now, to the point where I'm just like, I can totally do that on YouTube. Like, write essay dissections of various things. Like, yeah, I feel like I could. I feel like I have plenty of thoughts. If I ever did that, it would be as a separate thing, completely to Complicated Knots, and I probably wouldn't even tell you all guys I was doing it. But, you know, it's just like I have a huge interest and enjoyment in that kind of thing, and I feel like I was cheated of it by not understanding why we were doing it in high school. But then, like, I was a little behind the 8 ball socially and in understanding why we were doing things. I kind of learned it all the hard way in my 20s. We sang a slightly less G-rated version of Baby Shark at a teen-centric summer camp between 2012 and 2017. You know what? I think that is a harmless teenage rebellion, and I think that's wholesome as all get out. Look at me adjusting my language. I got to tone down the Australia on stream. Unfortunately, the PowerPoint essay are for different topics. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, everybody stop distracting Devil in the Details. They've got jobs to do. You sink into torment. I'm sorry, Bug. Let's bring the baby shark conversation to a close. The bones remembers all. Yeah, it's in the bones. His bones have been rattled. Very good, very good. You need an annotated book club, and you're really mad that I was never taught annotation in school. You're dyslexic and it would have helped a lot. Yeah, it's just like little things like that. It's just like if you understand the motivation as to why they're teaching you something, like they were having us write essays to try and encourage us to have thoughts and to think about the world and to think about the media we were consuming. But nobody ever actually like expressed that in a way that I understood. I thought we were just like arbitrarily being like, read the book, write the essay, you know? And it's just like, I'd already read the book, probably. Like I was a reader. If there was a book reading, I was going to read it. Like, Unleash the Australian. No, Purple Dolphin Studios, we will not be doing that. Because we enjoy we don't want to piss off the overlords. No, not the idioms. Not the idioms, just the swearing. No, never the idioms. No. Just the swearing. I gotta refresh my Australian idioms though. I haven't spoken to enough people. I was actually hit face first the other day with I'd forgotten. I've spent so long only interacting with people who have already kind of like met my comfort threshold, is for lack of a better word, that when I was talking to just like a new person the other day, I'd forgotten how hard it is to make eye contact with people and how hard it is to find words to say to people. It's like, oh wow, yeah, this is really hard and awful, and I know why I stopped doing it. Unleashing the Australian unleashes demonetization. That's very accurate, Kath. The world is not ready. The world is not ready for how we show affection. The world is just not ready for how we interpret the world. In college, all of your classes were geared towards your major, something I was interested in anyway, so I didn't really have that issue. Well, that's good. That's good. That tells me that you've picked a really good... I have not written down... Look at this. Look where I'm at with this foot. Haven't written down a single word. Feet. Let's try and catch up and make up for it now, shall we? Oh my goodness, I'm so... Okay, I think I went straight into a toe. We're going to act like I did even if I didn't. Yeah, it's like, yeah, absolutely. I think that there is power in working out what it is you're interested in and then working out how to make a living with that. Another vacuum in my life, but we got there. I've had like five different lifetimes, but I've sold roofing materials. I've worked in a call center. I've worked retail for a longer than I care to remember. You'll never catch me being even slightly rude to anybody in customer service positions, including call centers. I've had any kind of trace of potential of that beaten out of me early. And then I was like business analyst or data something for a long time as well. It's like, yeah, we've had some, and now I do this. I feel like I somehow fell into a different timeline at a certain point. But like, now we do this, and this is good. We like this. I don't even remember what I was saying. But yeah, no, it would have been cool to have found a way to work out what I would have enjoyed. But then honestly, if I'd thought that I would enjoy YouTube earlier on, I wouldn't have had any kind of perspective, and I wouldn't have had anything to say. People like people with perspectives. People like people who, you're a very crooked foot. I'm gonna frog this back again. Yeah, it's just like you need a little life experience, I think, you need to know who you are before you can be authentic on the internet, and I do try to be authentic. You get a version of me, but it's still part of me. Oh, you got permission off Mr. Bones to share pictures of the flood area around you and put pics in the live stream chat in Discord. I'm sorry, I will scroll down any minute. I've missed 41 messages in that channel. Pinsir has shocked Pikachu face a little bit. You found a quartz frog? That's really cool. Oh, night Sketchwolf. Thanks for hanging out. So yeah, I don't know. I guess long story short, it's cool if you can find something that like you can do and love. But if you can't, you don't have to do the same thing forever either. Yeah, try that thing you've never heard of. You never know if it might be your next passion. Yeah, like I always thought that I had the potential to really like robotics, but it wasn't just it was just never something that I've had the chance to cross paths with. So like I feel like I could have really liked robotics, but it was not in the cards for me. So I found a different way to channel that. We're good. Shocked Pinsir you. Best thing you did in school was 1 year you had one topic every project. I made a rabbit cafe for business class, a rabbit fun club website for graphic design class. I wrote so many essays. You bumped, you moved. I wrote so many essays on rabbits. Did you still like rabbits by the end of it? Alright, here I go. I'm scrolling down. Oh, Beetle Makes, Nibble Drake, if you're still here. That's a very cute little puppet design. I think that's very sweet. Ooh, and Rainstorm, your giant Magikarp looks awesome. I'm very jealous of it. Well, is that handle non-stretch? If it is, please drop your advice in the Discord, because like I'm always looking for ways to make non-stretch handles, and I feel like I accidentally do it sometimes. Oh, we've had confirmation that Pinsir blinks normally. I'm just catching everybody up. We've got some Heroes, what is it? Something Hero Academia, something like that, but I always love the uniform design from it. Fluffy Moth! Oh, that's the cutest little Fluffy Moth. More puppet design. Oh, and the flooding! Yes, My Hero Academia, that's the one. Ooh, that's a lot of water. Glad it hasn't quite topped the bridge yet, but... Oh, it has. It's gone. It's gone. Alright, hang in there, folks. Think boaty thoughts. I'm not trying to trivialize or make frivolous fun of this situation. I just don't know how to... Yeah. Okay, that's upsetting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you were underwater. I hope everybody was okay. It is my nature to poke fun, and that is not a fun thing. When you were job hunting a decade ago, I applied so many places that when your current job called you for an interview, I didn't remember applying. Honestly, that is what the job hunt is. It's just these days half the jobs don't actually exist. I do not miss any aspect of that. This is just not adding up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Okay, no, it does. It adds up. There's just an extra stitch in the mix. Frog quartz. So Reginald the Pretty. He is a very pretty frog quartz. Okay, I'm going to stop looking at this now, but thank you, everybody. I have now caught up on the Discord live stream channel. Flooding is very scary. I agree. The water has receded enough that we're no longer cut off from everyone. Okay, good. So you would be like, it's like, knowing what Mitch does for a living, I am both more scared for you guys, but also feel a little bit better for you guys, because like I know that between you two you'll be able to like handle it. I'm sure you've got like your go bags and your emergency supplies and whatnot, so I'm glad you're okay. Oh, Rainstorm, I asked about the strap you've put on your bag. I was wondering if it was stretchy or if there was a non-stretchy way you've found of making it. I collect techniques sometimes. If you found a new way to do a non-stretchy strap, that's interesting to me. If I had told you back in high school you would go into criminal background checks and love it, I don't think I would have believed it. You've now been at your job for 7.5 years. See, that's awesome. That's what we like to hear. I feel like there is a lot, particularly online, and maybe it's just the circles I run in. I feel like there's a lot of rhetoric about people being forced to be miserable for their whole lives. Bleak subject of conversation I have selected today. I'm sorry for that. But I'm just like, no, you do have any option you like to pivot. It's just, you sometimes it takes a bit of work to get there, and sometimes the door is closed, but because you can't do option A, but maybe those same skills can apply to option B and you'll really like it. Like, because maybe what you enjoy about, I don't know, I don't have handy examples ready, but maybe what you enjoy about one thing is the fact that you're solving puzzles all day. And maybe, like you've mentioned criminal work, maybe there's like an inherent puzzle to that you find really satisfying. Or maybe you like helping people, but retail is doing you in. It's just like there are plenty of ways to help people in different ways. And so it's like about identifying what actually makes you happy, and then using a way to apply those skills. Because life is too short to be miserable. Your work doesn't have to be the most fulfilling thing you do, but it helps if you don't hate it. If a door closes, go and open it again. That's how doors work. Exactly, Mr. Bones. That said, I understand that people have different situations as well that don't necessarily make it as easy as I'm making it sound. Oh no, it is stretchy. You use double crochet and end up making it a bit longer than was needed. I think I'm going to fold over the top and sew it together to shorten it a bit. Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it being stretchy. If you wanted it to be not stretchy, there's like this cotton strapping stuff that you can get at like hardware stores. It's like this, and it's got like a thread. And I think it's technically used to like create straps for luggage and stuff, but I'm going to use it to stop my tapestry from stretching as it goes on the wall. And it looks to be about the thickness of, I don't know why I drew a strap. You know what strap looks like. It looks to be about the same thickness as your bag. So you could totally get some like backing fabric or something and just like stitch it on the inside of it to stop it stretching out if that's a problem. You love that your job is mundane. It's your favorite part of it. I know that you'll be doing it and I don't have to worry that the most exciting part of your life is work. Yeah, see, Amy Liz, that's great. And like, also like maybe your main priority is something that you've got going on outside of work. So you just need work that you can go to, do, and leave behind. I love what I do, but it's everywhere. I can't escape what I do for a living now. And that is an excellent thing, but also it can be a lot sometimes. So like there's going to be downsides to everything, and you just kind of got to like work out what combination of stuff you can deal with. Because yeah, there is a huge power to work you can just leave at work. And also just a huge power to like work you can just go to, sit down and do. It's the same sort of tasks. I find a bit of peace in a lot of the same thing. That said, editing's my least favorite part of this job. But then sometimes I love it too. So sometimes it takes the form of storytelling. Oh, that is a very chunky little leg, but you have very chunky little legs. I'm not making this up. It's just I think I've made you too chubby. Maybe it'll balance. Maybe it'll be fine. I don't know. Who can say? That was ×3, and then we'll do 6 decreases. If you all had told me 10 years ago you'd be a nurse and attempting to enroll in a Bachelor of Nursing to get your registered nurse degree, I would have laughed in your face and called you crazy, but here I am. Exactly. It's like, I am the last person who should have become a thing on the internet. Don't know how it happened, but here we are. So it's like, if you had told me I would be here 10 years ago, I would have kind of like, you know, sidled away talking about soothing drinks. If you told me this in high school, I was just, absolutely not. Using it as a work bag to carry your laptop and work notebooks back and forth. Yeah, I would strongly encourage you to reinforce the strap. I think that having the crochet on the outside could be cool. And you could even make another one and like like sandwich the reinforcing strapping between it. But yeah, the strapping I'm specifically thinking of is like it's meant to be like 100% cotton, which would work with whatever you've got going in that bag. And not like irritate your skin or anything, but you could sandwich it between 2 layers of crochet or just have it be yeah, I think it's labeled as suitable for craft projects, so I think it'd work well for that. You crochet because you love it, and you can drop it quick when one of your children need you, and it helps distress you. Yeah, see, that's good. It's all good. I started crocheting because I needed there's like 5 different origin stories. But yeah, it was a good creative outlet for me. It does not fill that function for me anymore. But then it also kind of does. It's the whole like play on demand thing. That's good. It means that I've like built up different muscles. Some others have atrophied, but that's fine. You're out here studying to become a speech pathologist. That's so interesting. working with people is not where you ever saw yourself going. Yeah, see, all I knew was that, like, after, I can't remember how many years it was, years in retail, and then my time in a call center, all I wanted was to just not be customer facing anymore. I just didn't want the chaos that having to deal with conversations with the public would bring every day. And like, I wasn't good at just like rolling with it. I wasn't good with conversation. So to be told that just like, it would have been about 10 years ago. The difference between now and 10 years ago. That's just 12 years ago. No, it's not. Shh, it's fine. That I'd be here talking live to you guys. I wouldn't have believed it. Hi, Duchess Cassandra. Went to college for environmental science, and now you're a technical writer for the defense industry, producing design documents for a fighter jet simulations of it. That is incredible. You guys are so interesting. You have a dream. You have a excuse me. I have a dream job. I want to work towards getting there, but in the meantime, do what I can just to get by. And that's what you gotta do. Like, I have an extremely talented cousin who worked really hard in, like, I think it's the local music industry, like local music scene. She does a lot of touring of like bars and venues and that sort of stuff, and she's up on Spotify, and she has a couple of songs out there. But like, she's gonna make it because she's incredible. But there's also I think in the meantime she does other things. You kind of got to do other things to get to do the thing. I worked full time at my, admittedly, like, I'd already kind of built up a career in sorry, I can't say this without rolling my eyes, business analysis. By the time I started doing this crochet thing, and I had to do both for a while, which means that I didn't talk to Mr. Bones for like 3 years. As I did both, and I laugh now, but it was not funny. Because like, your candle, you can burn it at both ends, but you still only have 2 ends to burn. Yeah. And yeah, then I was able to leave one of the full-time jobs I was doing and do this. That's good. You started crocheting to help you settle your SH tendencies? Didn't work for about 2 years, but the past 11 years I've been SH free. I'm sorry, I don't know what SH is, but I understand as well if you're not comfortable explaining. I started to crochet because your nephew decided he needed to know more than just knitting, sewing, and needlepoint. I already taught him at 8 years old. He needed somebody to help him learn. Oh, what a true little Renaissance man you've got there. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm watching my nibblings closely to see if any of them show signs of wanting to be crafty. And the second one of them does, I am going to be the auntie. I'm going to show up with a whole box of stuff. And every birthday, I'm going to reinforce that. I'm going to test the water with Lego when they're old enough. That's the gateway. Like, do you like to build things? Would you like to know more? Would you like to know how to build things without needing pieces? You can do it out of string. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, there we go. Completely different career, but you couldn't be happier. Yeah. I think that there's sometimes too much pressure to make the right choice right away, straight out of high school. It's just like, I have many opinions. I'm going to tone them down a little bit. But the gentle gist of it is like, don't worry if you realize that you're doing something you don't like. You can do something else. You might have to keep doing the thing you don't like for a bit longer, right? But you're allowed to, in the meantime, explore and work out what you might like. And just try not to put yourself in a situation where you no longer have the freedom to explore what you might like as well. That's kind of the other side of that coin. You started crocheting after I accidentally stole a crochet hook from my mum and decided I wanted to make a crochet mouse if it killed you. 4 years later, and here we are, lol. Sorry, I thought about editing that word, and I was just like, no, words have meanings and you're allowed to use them. You took a screenshot of some crafting strap rolls. They're in Discord. No rush to look. I'll have a little look. I've seen the strapping I'm talking about in like orange, black, and white. Oh yeah. Polyester cotton webbing. That's basically what I'm talking about. Yeah. I reckon that'll do. I reckon that'll do the trick. That said, like, this is just theory. This is how I would solve that problem. This is not something I have personally tested. It is something I intend to test next week. So please make your choices accordingly, knowing that you are basing it on the theory of a stranger on the internet. Oh, okay. Sorry, Darcy. Thank you for explaining. Yeah, I'm glad that you feel better now. 17-year-old me had no idea what I wanted to do for the next 50 years of your life. Of course not. At 17, your brain's not done growing yet. Your brain doesn't finish until you're like 20, 25? Something like that. It's like, yeah, no, let's not make life decisions while brains are still growing. That's just not how this works. Should that be 4? Why is this weird? That should be 4. I know what's happening now. I understand why I keep mucking up this foot. I don't know why this foot is taking me so long to do. I'm so sorry. We haven't talked about Pokemon in a minute. Didn't start your speech degree till late 30s, won't graduate till your early 40s, and that's okay. Yeah, because you know what? You've still got like 40 to 60 years ahead of you at that point. And any other lifetimes that you've lived, and by that I just mean like I've had a bunch of different careers, it's like they're going to give you perspective and you're going to have stuff to bring to the table. Interesting stuff. Ooh, currently working on the Persian Tiles blanket by Janie Crow. If that's the one I'm thinking of, it's pretty. It's gonna look great. I was running my own business, but stopped enjoying it, so I slowly stepped back from it. Eventually went back to school, unfortunately. Oh. Still, it's a freeing decision, Katie, and that one there ties into what I was saying about how, like, there is a power in having work you can leave at work, and when you're running your own business, you can't. Like, it absorbs everything. And so, like, yeah, making the decision to step back would have probably been a really hard decision, but sounds like it was the right one for you, maybe. So that's good. And just because you like step back from it doesn't mean you immediately forget everything you've learned from building up and running your own business either. So, like, win-win. You just finished a stream project? I've been spinning a wheel of every Pokemon and crocheting whatever it gives you in its shiny form. Today was Brute Bonnet. Oh, I see. A little sus, but not very. Sorry, it's an Amoonguss joke. I know. It's about 5 years out of date in the meta. But, you know what? Funny is funny. The wholesome part of the stream, yeah, where I try to, like, I think of you all of my little hatchlings, even though I'm pretty sure that I am, like, pretty neatly nestled in an age range. Okay, so I've accidentally found myself making a second leg when I should have been making an arm or a horn. Nevertheless, I still have hope of finishing this guy off in the next half hour. If I wasn't 2 rows from finishing this leg, I would put it down. But I should have been making an arm right now. Just, I got a little absorbed in our chat. The weather turns cooler and subjects turn to deeper, more introspective thoughts. Are we your bird hatchling puppet? I don't know. I got a bunch of instincts and they got to go somewhere, and so I'm mothering chat. Cuddles, Nab Nab. Oh my goodness, are we calling him Nab Nab? Rose or Rosie, Zipper, and Unga Bungus. Thank you for the name list, Mr. Bones. Two, 3. I think that's 3 rows of 12. Oh, there we are. Now it's 3 rows of 12. Yep. Wasn't there Pinchy at one point? And I loved Zipper. Oh, Zipper's still there. Good. I don't know how we ended up with Cuddles, Nab Nab, and like a bunch of these other ones. And we didn't end up with Pinchy. Alright, yep, nix Rosie. If it's somebody's name, we nix it. Yeah, and so Bobby Pin. Mr. Bones does his best, folks, and sometimes there's a lot of names flashing past pretty quick. So yeah, that's why this becomes an ongoing conversation of like which name should stay and which name should go. Right, cool. And Mr. Bones, would you mind giving us an updated list? Added? What? Added! There we go. You're doing great, sweetie. Ah, can't do Punchy. Wait, do we name Pinchy Flygon? Do we name Flygon Pinchy? Why did I do that? Oh, because Trapinch. Right. I was doing a thing where I was like still thinking of them as their previous evolutions, and I always name Trapinch Pinchy, and then it turns into Flygon, and then we end up with Pinchy. Okay, cool. You guys are on top of this. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, look, there we are. Pinchy, Flygon. Huh. Okay, yeah. Fair. Right, that makes sense. Okay, Nibble Drake, you need to go to bed. I concur. Sleep is important. You should go to bed. Yeah, I don't remember seeing anyone suggest Nab Nab, but it's very funny. Yeah, Nab Nab or Zipper, I think, are my favourites of the ones being presented. What am I, a name printing machine? A skeletal notebook? I say nay. Nay, I say. No, it's a skeleton key. That's what you are. Okay, current name list. Cuddles, Nab Nab, Zipper. Oh, Ungabongus I think was technically for the Brute Bonnet. And Bobby Pin. So if I had to pick four, it would Cuddles, Nab Nab, Zipper, and Bobby Pin. Oh, good job. Nab Nab is very funny. I can get the little booty cheeks. Pins. Come here, Torty. Everybody give it up for the hardest working tortoise. It's been a little while since he's heard his name chanted. There we go. He's kind of like what happens if Hitmonlee is born short. He's a short king. Alright, let's make some arms real quick. Really quick. Speedy. Speediest arms. We'll go Magic Ring 6, and then we'll do... Those claws look evenly spaced to me. That'll do that. Yeah, cool. I'm crocheting with fur yarn, send help. No, we all make choices and we must live with them. Good luck to you. But we cannot go where you choose to tread. Making little hands for a big mean bug who I always thought was grey. It turns out he's brown, and that's okay. You love using fur yarn. It's fine, you're allowed to be wrong. I have such an unpleasant experience with any of the yarns that aren't rough. Anything fluffy or chenille, and which sucks because like I actually really love how the finished products turn out, but using them, why would you ever do that to yourself? Why do I have an extra stitch? Oh, I don't have an extra stitch. I'm just being a bit of a silly billy. All right, there we go. Let's go 1. I'm going to reduce to a column of 5 instead of 6. So we'll go 1 and then a decrease. 3, 4, 5. And we're going to stop and we're going to write it down because we do our jobs. 3 single crochet. Cool. Right, now we're going to do a whole bunch of rows of 5 single crochet, but we're just going to clean this up first because it's kind of a mess. You may notice that I'm just throwing my yarn offcuts at the floor. If you could see my floor right now, you would understand why I'm not being super precious about it. The tapestry, I've had to change yarn colours like 4 or 5 times per square for a lot of different squares, which has resulted in a lot of like little tiny like confetti yarn pieces. And over time, it just became too hard to constantly put them in a neat place. And so they've just ended up on the carpet, and I will comb the carpet later. Whatever I have to do to get to the end of that project, I'm going to do. And currently that means I'm ignoring what the ground looks like. Witchcraft? Who's doing witchcraft? I strongly encourage it. Oh, yes, the fur yarn. Yes, I agree. It's stitchcraft. It's hard for sure, but you get used to it. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's like anything. I envy it though, just like I envy the micro crochet people who, yeah, like for something that I've never tried, I sure feel like I'm really bad at it. The Flora Skittles. Oh, happy birthday to anybody whose birthday is today or 3 days either side of today. Everybody else has to wait their turn. But happy birthday. Oh, Autistic Froplio, is that you now, Autistic Evie? Have I decided to stop using our project pictures for the end of my videos? No, I haven't decided to do that. It's just like sometimes Mr. Bones is too busy to compile them for me and the video is only ready 15 minutes before it goes live. And also just sometimes there's just not as many as well. I feel like I only did it recently. It's just, yeah, it's not every video. It's just, yeah. It's when there's enough and when we've had time to collect them as well. Because what you guys don't see is Mr. Bones sitting there for 2 or 3 hours writing your names in so that they show up right on screen. Because like that is just, as much as I love you guys, I do not have time for that activity if the video wants to go live. So yeah, some weeks Mr. Bones has many things to do and doesn't have time to do that for me. Oh, happy birthday for tomorrow. As I'm just liberally applying the birthdays to the chat right now. Mr. Bones, you have to wait for next week. If we don't do under the log 1 week, the pictures are rolled over to the next week. If you don't see yours, it's not lost. Yeah, also that. Like, we try and keep careful track of it. Mr. Bones goes through and he picks his favourites and whatnot. But yeah, we don't just, like, do the last week's pictures. We go back to the last point. There was a timestamp. Because, like, I don't think you guys understand how much joy I get out of looking at those pictures. Like, sometimes you get, like, you're having like a roughish kind of day. You just, oh, this is a very kind of confusing little hand. I don't know what I was aiming for here. Sometimes you're having like not the best day, and you get to see a bunch of like little angels, little adorable, sweet little angels, and like they're in different poses and they're all different colors. And you get to just see like an idea that you had at one point merge with other people's ideas and skill sets, and it's really lovely. It's really lovely. I tear up most times I'm putting together that slideshow. Like, yeah, I get very, very verklempt. I get overwhelmed. I think that's what that means. Feels more emotive in German. Yeah, it's just, yeah, that segment means as much to me as I hope it does to you guys. For sure. Hello to Melbourne. I hope your feet aren't getting wet. Yeah, we have Anzac Day in April. We have a lot of public holidays over here. I think there's like 13 across the year. And if they fall on a non-business day, then you often get the next, like if depending on the kind of work you do, you get the next business day off in lieu, which is kind of cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 rows of 5, and now we're going to do 5 increases to build up his little shoulder cup. Yeah, we also have Remembrance Day, that's true. Oh, hi Dustin. Always nice when you end up staying up late to catch your stream. Such talented life. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Hopefully you're not staying up too late, because we've agreed that between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. everyone has to be asleep, because the morning people aren't awake yet and the late night people are kind of starting to like fall asleep then. But as long as you're outside of the 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. bracket, welcome. The goofy squog makes you unreasonably happy. Good. Make many. The squog belongs to the world now. Because, like, yeah, it's just like, make 1 square or 2 squares in whatever form you like. And boom, it's a frog. Like, it's just a frog. Okay, got our little cup here. How are we going for time? All right, we've got 15 minutes left, so I need to finish this arm off and get started on that. Sorry, not 15 minutes left to the stream, 15 minutes left on this Pokemon before I want to change it over. Because, like, we try and stick to 1 every 2 hours. Because it keeps them ticking along. And if we're doing really well today, we're going to be down to, we'll see, we've got 25 remaining now. We'll get down to 23 remaining. Kind of dropped the ball last week, but that's because of Blastoise. It's not my fault. Just saying, not taking responsibility for that one. You guys picked Blastoise. I think that's 3. I think I did 3 rows. Might be 2. No, it's 3. It's 3 rows. And we'll do 5 decreases to finish it off. And I'm not going to stuff this shoulder because I want to squidge it against the actual body of the thing. You're making a tiny solid granny. As we chat, you could have a small army of red cotton squogs. You absolutely could have an army of squogs. Make them in cotton, stuff them with sponge, and you've got a bunch of squog water bombs that will splat really nicely. Use them to clean your windows. Make coasters out of your squogs. Stitch a bunch together. Squog quilt. Like anything you can do with a square, it could also be a squog. Huge pillow. Make it, yeah, exactly. Make a huge square. Now you got a pillow. Even huger square, 1 big squog for a doona. Now, see, your options there are you can make a huge squog or you can make lots of tiny little squogs and join them together. You need a squog quilt and a squog quilt. Yeah, I'm telling you, squog quilt. Can you imagine? As far as the eye can see. This is the quilt. This is what a quilt looks like, right? Except every one of these squares is a chunky little squog. Squog. Their toesies sticking out as though they're all holding hands. Yeah. They could be, some of them could be kissing. Some of them could be like facing away from one another. But all of them, squoggy goodness. Squog quilt. I've put it out there. You guys do what you like with it. You know what? I'm confident enough that I'll never hit 1 million subscribers, that if I hit 1 million subscribers, I'll make a squog quilt. There we go. I think that's proportional. I think he's got longish arms. Let's make him some... No? There we are. Those. You're going to make a squog quilt now? Do it! Make the squog quilt. By the way, I cannot decide if it should be squog with an A or squog with an O, but I'm pretty sure that the way I think of the word squog is like this. Because this is as much territory as we need to give to square. Frog needs at least 2 letters because the frog is important. If we make it squog, then square gets all of this And frog is only G. That's not enough frog. We need at least the OG. So squog, in my opinion, is spelled with an O. Don't tempt the internet, CK. Bring it on, Ditto. It's a win-win situation for me, frankly. I was being perfectly normal until you said maybe they hold hands. Oh, sorry. I'd even make it out of lovely cotton, so there'd be lovely little cotton squogs. What's really funny about this is that, as I say this, we sleep in a double bed, right? But we recently had an experience where we got to sleep in a king-sized bed, and now we know what we need to do, and we've decided we have to update our bed to be a bigger bed because we can't go back. We can't go back to not knowing what it's like to sleep with enough room so that your feet aren't sticking off the end of the bed. So that's a plan. So like I'm currently signing up for something small that is only going to get bigger over time. Post-stream note. Oh no. Squog blanket. Yeah, I'm putting it out there. Do it. Make it happen if you want it to happen. One, two, triple. Because I got to remember to put spikies in. 3 and 4, and that's technically the whole row, and the next triple falls into the next row because it's the only way to make it even remotely even. Is that too close to the top? No, that's the perfect distance from the top. We are nailing this. No, that was 3. And then treble, and then 2. And treble, and we'll do an increase. It uses 2 stitches, and then we have 3 stitches to go, so 3 single cray round. Yeah, the cotton squog, because like if I make it like acrylic is nice, and acrylic definitely plays a role. I use it on purpose for amigurumi because of the size that they are. The friction that the yarn creates when you make stitches helps the more finicky shapes hold together a little better, in my opinion. But yeah, no, if I'm making a wearable and I'm actually thinking about it, you get cotton for that. And like a doona cover in some lovely pastel colors maybe. Or maybe a rainbow squog quilt. Or maybe like a nice, we all know that I have my 2 favorite colors, which are basically like this like tealy turquoisey green color and purples, like something like that. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh, accidentally overlapped my row. There we go. Okay, we have the top of our little pince. It needs growth. We're at 6. And then we've got 1, and that's where our increase was. I just need to like draw this out to like work out what's going on. That was an increase, and we have 1, 2, 3. Cool. All right, here we go. And that's our starting point. And our pointies are like here and here-ish. Okay, so I want to evenly space 2 increases this row so that they're not we do need it to curve a certain way, so maybe we do increase like here, and it's gonna potentially be a little bit messy, but I think you'll forgive me for that. Question: is the 1,000,000 subs for the streams of the Knots channel? Dang it, Rainstorm, I thought I was going to be able to get you in the details. It'll be for the Knots channel. I make no secret of the fact that this channel is a hobby, and Knots will always be the main. So yeah, it'll be 1,000,000 on the Knots channel. It's like, this channel I kind of like. I kind of like that it's small. I kind of like that I recognize most of you folk when you come visit. And kind of like that we just kind of get to chill and hang out together a little bit. I hope this channel doesn't get too much bigger. Because it's nice. It's nice. We've got a nice warm little collection of folks that doesn't seem to be touched by the broader internet, which is good. There's like knots. If you're gonna blow up something, blow up knots. Bless your little cotton squogs. We're just the squogs now. Its reach is too vast. Have you heard of that one guy that makes 3D printed squogs that look like different things? She calls them froggers. I feel like I have. Like I've got like, I feel like I saw somebody 3D printing a whole bunch of interesting frogs and like painting them really prettily. That has to be the same person that we're talking about. Okay, that's kind of it. I'm curving it this way for some reason, which means that the spikies are pointing the wrong way, but we'll all just collectively agree to not make a big deal out of that. Increase 1, 2, 3. I'm not doing a good job on these. I'm so sorry. I think I'm back to the start there. Okay, so we want to treble in that last stitch, and we want to treble here. No, here. Okay, cool. That's 1, 2, 3. And a treble, and we'll do that twice. I'm going to start using a stitch marker just because these are kind of getting a bit messy. Yeah, I'm trying out the whole pinned theme thing today. But there's still plenty of questions there, I think. Because, yeah, basically what happened was before stream started, I took a poll, Purple Menaces or Boring Colour Brigade. The Boring Colour Brigade won, and so the options on our check sheet thing, our choices document is what I call it, I only presented the Boring Colours as options. Now, I'm going to be asking you guys again in a second if you want, if you are Team Purple Menace or Team Boring Colour Brigade, depending on who wins, that will be the options presented. So yeah. We're going to answer the question today conclusively. Purple Menaces or Boring Colour Brigade? There can be only one. Alright, I need to start curving this more. I do. I'm not a fan of this lumpy, bumpy, awful little shape, but all that's standing between me and victory right now is like 3 rows. So we're gonna just soldier on through. Oh, I should do the name poll. We should do the name poll. Stop moaning about things for a second and do a little poll, a little polly poll. Okay, so I remember poor Mr. Bones has left the room for a second and I've decided to do the name poll. It was Nab Nab. I'll just scroll back up and see if I can find the names. Sir Pinchu, the shocked, appalled, and even bamboozled. That was not one of the names. Oh, there we are. Cuddles was one. Nab Nab was definitely one. Sir Bobby Pin. Sir Bobby. Oh, Bobby. Bobby. Sir Bobby Pin. And Zipper. Zipper was the other one. Guys, you've got some good names to pick from today. I don't know how you're going to make a choice, but that's your problem, not mine. There we go. Say hi to your dog for me. Hello! You did. You're live. You found us. Okay, which side of this do I want to curve? Because like I've been curving that bit. Maybe we continue curving that bit. No, I've been curving that bit. Why is that bit curvy? Oh no. Okay, we're going to continue curving at the back here. So I'll finish the row with 3 increases, which will just allow a lot of curve. My love, the name poll hath commenced. do so. We're working 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, one of them has a really strong following right off the bat. I don't know if we're coming back from that. Okay, so Nab Nab has a lot of like vocal support, but the voting is going a kind of different direction. I'm sorry, folks. But that's okay. Both are good names. Okay, 11. Oh, my computer sounds like it's working really hard at the moment. Hopefully that's not coming through too loudly on the microphone. Nab Nab, no! Honestly, I think Nab Nab's a good name for a crab. Just putting that out into the universe. That's just I think it's just a fun word, bumblebee. So that's 2 rows of 11. Now I'll just do some decreasing around the back and we should be good. The beige colour could be from Krabby's underbelly. Oh, I love how crafty y'all think I am. And sometimes I am. And sometimes I'm just doing the thing. Exactly as it says on the sticker. The fact is you can never really know. That's not even true. If I'm doing something shifty, I normally come into stream and go like, I'm being shifty today. Oh, I can't lie. I just can't do it. Okay, here's your wee little apostrophe. Let's give it some substance. Okay, if Pinsir isn't called Nab Nab, your revenge will come to Krabby. Okay, cool. So I think it could be a highly suitable name for any of the crabs. Of course, Krabby is probably going to be the next crab we make because it's Gen 1. Okay. Oh, my love, I have done you so dirty with these proportions, but we're just gonna roll with it. I should have just gone for a larger one. It would have been fine. We would have been here for an extra hour, but you wouldn't have looked quite as goofy, and I feel like I've betrayed you. I'm sure I'll get it in editing. Okay, so we don't make duplicate pieces on stream, even though I accidentally made both legs on autopilot because we were having a good chat. So 2 hours, Pinsir is done. All done. He will look better by the time I finish him. Let's pop him in the bucket with Strudelbun and Aramis Spritz. Let us close off this name vote, because I think we have a decisive winner. He is Sir Bobby. If Pinsir isn't named Nab Nab, the next Pokemon will be called Pinsir was supposed to be Nab Nab. You know what? Send it. Let's make that one of the name votes. Alright, so with Pinsir done, we need to look at this again. You only get to look at it for a second, then it's gone, because the actual question we need to ask first is, which team are you on? Pick a team. Are you a purple menace? Or are you a boring color brigadier? Brigade? Pick a team. Alright, y'all pick your team. I will run the break thingy. I'm gonna go for a little walk, stretch my back out, and we'll come back and we'll adjust and go with what we need to adjust to. Or something. I don't know. I'm going on break. I'll see you guys in a minute. Sorry, we gotta wait for Lechonk. It's the rules. Well, I suppose I do kind of make the rules, but like Lechonk deserves his moment. Alrighty, so Purple Menaces are present. 62% of the votes against 37% Boring Color Brigade. Y'all don't know how funny this is. I'll share it with you in a second, but let's have a look at our options. So that means that you can pick between 1, 2, and 5. And y'all had me giggling in the chat, I have to say. Because it's like, oh no, the Boring Color Brigade went to sleep, but the Purple Menaces don't have a sleep schedule. I'm just like, you little gremlins, I adore you. So we can only pick between 1, 2, and 5. I vaguely remember who is on here, but I don't remember who's behind what door, so don't look at me for clues. They are 3 distinct shades of purple, even though we only have like 2 shades of purple that we can use. We'll do our best. Purple Menaces 1. Alright, there you go. You can now have your say. So, the reason that I think that's so amusing is because at the start of this stream, there were 6 Pokemon that I would classify as purple remaining in our to-do list, and 6 Pokemon I would count as Boring Color Brigade. And we've just chipped off a Boring Color Brigade one, leaving us with 6 purple remaining and 5 BCB remaining. And now we're going to tick off a purple one, leaving us once again at a draw. I thought we would get a victory today. The BCB is confused. Who do we vote for? The longer I look, the less sure I am of any colours. Oh, good. Then we are achieving our goals. If it helps, 1 is a pinkish purple, 2 is a bluish purple, and 5 is a palish purple. Yep, you've only missed 1, Nikki. We made Pinsir. Oh, as you can see on the screen. All the BCBs have gone to bed. Good. Good. That's good. That's very responsible of them. Okay. Well, it looks like there's a little... Okay, there's a little bit of wavering here between 2 and 5. Put up the new vote? Have I not? Sorry, Mr. Bones, you've confused me. Joke's on you guys in both factions. I pick whatever is most interesting and have a poor sleep schedule. Yeah, okay. That also tracks. Okay, good. I am not the one that is confused. It was confused skeleton noises that threw me. Ooh, number 5 is clawing its way back. I'm tempted to leave it up, but we do have 100 votes, and I know that there is not many more. There's only about 100 people here voting today. So... Oh, am I only awake because I'm a former Purple Menace? Are there any teal ones yet to be made? Yes, there's at least 1 I can think of. I think there is literally only 1, though. Venusaur. I would count Venusaur as a teal one. I'm not in bed for the BCB. Okay, yeah, cool. We're going to close this vote off. You guys have spoken. You've sealed our fates, but you've spoken. There we go. Official tally is in. Number 2 won at 36%. Number 5 came second at 32%. And number 1 came third at 30%. So really close vote. But you guys have picked number 2. Whew, okay, here we go. I hope you guys are starting to realize the repercussions of your actions. I knew we were going to have to get here eventually. I don't know if I'm mentally prepared to do this today, but we'll find out. And we'll find out together. You all picked Starmie. And I'm going to try and do as much as we can in a 2-hour window, and then we'll make an assessment as to whether or not we go to a tiebreaker vote, because now we're stuck at 5 Purple Menace and 5 boring colours. Oh, wow, I really did not recognise the purple. You did not. You're going to guess Ghastly? Nope. Let's get everything all set up, and let's just get this thing rolling. Oh, so only 2 Pokemon today, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna reset. So over the next 10 minutes, we'll do our sketch and our reset, and then I'll give it 2 hours. And if he's not got that many pieces, there's just a lot of repeats. So yeah, there is not a zero chance that we'll still do a third. We might still do a third, is all I'm trying to express. Let's reset this. We need to update our counter. This is our 127th Pokemon. Beep. And we need to reset our sprite, who is back on the screen, to the star. Where are you, star? There you are, star. Warp. I will look up the name that we gave the original star. Let's see, you're 121, so this is 122, 120. Oh, cool. We named Star You Beetlejuice. As in, like, the star spelling, not the... I don't even know how to describe the other one, the ghost spelling. I hope you're a... Alright, good night to everybody who is peeling off to go to sleep. Thank you so much for hanging out. And hello and welcome back to all of those people who are catching up now on the replay. Cool. Favorite Gen 1 water type was worth getting up at 5 AM for. Oh, good. I'm glad you feel that way, Sabretooth. So I have a bluish purple here for it. I do also have the pink purple here ready to go in case you pick one of the others, but that is our Starmie color. It's not... That's it looking pretty accurate on camera there. So it's a little paler than I would have otherwise liked, but this is a precious resource that I'm hoarding. So this is our color. And then we also need yellow, which is back there, and juicy watermelon. Do I have Starmie? Is Starmie anywhere? Star you anywhere? Sorry, scrounging. Because that's a gem color, but I feel like it's not that gem color. I feel like it's the other. What? Hold on. I'm going to go scrounging for yarn. I'm just going to turn that off for a second. I'm still here. Let's take that color and leave another gap on my wall. This is fine. It's fine. Why wouldn't it be? And we'll grab that. Where is the star? I'm still here. Nobody get worried. You're still being supervised. The banging and crashing is all part of the show. Where is my star? Should be more prepared than this. I'm not. I'll get over it. Okay, I don't know what color I used for the star, but it's a very candy coated star. Maybe I do have to swap in the other purple. Okay, but we can't make him big if we use this purple because it's all I have left of that color in this world. I do think it's the option though. I wanted to find the other star you, like the star you that we made, so that I could compare the gem color I used. You have not been abandoned! Oh, tell me that the star doesn't have toe beans. That's just too cruel. Alright, hold on. Here we go. Swapping back to this camera, which is... I love that the camera that I wish was slightly fuzzier was, like, crisp and clear, and the one that I wish was slightly crisper and clearer is slightly fuzzier. That's like the juicy watermelon pink I've got for the gem. We'll use the dark purple because I think that the pastel was coming across as very... It was coming across as very cartoony in combination with the other colours. Like, I just couldn't... I couldn't justify that. Whereas, like, that'll look good. Like, it's not as dark as this, it's lighter. It will look better this way. I'm going to ask for your trust. Okay, so now we need to draw a star. Everyone's being so serious about the names. Oh, that's funny! Tell me that... Okay, here we go. I'm not even in the live stream channel anymore. Here we go. Let's have a look. Oh, come on. No surprise toe beans. Mr. Bones, you put those away. Patrick Starmie. There we go. Thank you, everybody who is helping. Oh, I could kind of just make Star You again. And then just make some extra legs and sew them on. because it is pretty much 2 distinct layers. I can work with that. We've got, how many sides is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's octagonal, which is going to present an issue, and we may in fact just do it round. Does anybody object to it having just a round eye in the middle of its face? No garter belt on this one though. Staryu had the little garter belt. It was very saucy. Very specific orientation for his little spokes. It's okay, I can work with that. That's it. It otherwise has no opinion. Current name list. Pinsir was supposed to be Nab-Nab, Patrick, we've been abandoned, and Polaris. I think at the size you're aiming for round is fine. I hope so, because Staryu ended up like this big. And so like Starmie can turn out like bigger feeling, but doesn't have to be bigger. Okay, so this will be the gem. A lot of harsh lines on this guy. It's probably why I've been avoiding him. It's okay, we'll make it work. I remember some of the techniques that we used for Staryu, Star all of us. So I'll talk through those in a second when we do piece breakdown. I'm finding it hard to give it any kind of personality, because like the only way I can give this drawing personality is if I give it like an evil eyebrow and turn that into a pupil, which we're not going to do, but it was fun to draw. These all have like hard ridges, which I'm in no way going to be able to replicate. Now what's the back of this little sucker do? Okay, it's just regular star. Why would it not be? That's fine. I can just do that with like increased 3s down the back of a tube and line them all up, because the openings of those will come out looking a little bit pointier like that. So that's fine. We just need a lot of pieces that look kind of like this. There'll be both the arms and the legs. And we'll create, like for Staryu, we made it as a puck and then we sewed a bunch of legs on. And we'll do the same thing here. So we'll start in the middle by making the gem, which is going to look a little round, but we can do some like loop stuff to kind of make it like distinct from the yellow at least. And then with the yellow, again, it'll be a little bit round, but we'll be doing, I can't remember what we used last time, but probably double trebles on this one here, and we'll have to evenly place some double trebles around. In fact, we may even leave loops and work the stitches back into them. I can't remember if that's what we did on Staryu or not, but it is a legitimate technique that we might use here. That'll create those little spokey bits. And then we'll swap to our purple and work up like an actual puck so that we have something to attach the other pieces to. And so this whole piece from the side will end up looking a little bit like this. It's like spokes as well, but like I'm just trying to give you a cross section. Right, that's the goal for the puck. Does it all make sense? Everyone on board? You're gonna rock it, I know it. Well, thank you very much, Dustin. I hope so. It means we start in now pink. Everything's all up to date on the screen. Good, 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 good. All right. For once, I don't have to worry about sphincter management, because for a round shape, it's perfectly fine to have a round thing in the middle of it. You can't visualize it, but you believe it. That's fair loot. I see the vision. I see the vision enough for both of us. I will make you a believer. Well, no, actually, you're already a believer, but I will justify your faith. Starus? Yeah, Starmie, Staryu, Staros. Ready? So I am base 6 at the moment, but we'll work up to 12, which is still base 6. I don't know. Something about this project, not something really obvious about this project lends itself to a base 8 shape. So at a certain point, I'm going to have to make that jump. And I'm trying to work out where the best time to do it is. Probably at 24, but we're not going up to 24. So we are going to have to fudge it a little bit. A little fudger. Okay. Sacred geometry to create a Starmie. Yeah, why not start with 8 then? I could, but there's a better chance of there being a hole in the middle. That's fine. We can start with 6 and I can make it work alright. It's just like I'd rather, because it's such a focal point, I can't risk having it be off. And 8 can sometimes be a little hit or miss. Just a little. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. I'm up to 12. That is the size of the gem in the middle of our rock. And now in the back loops only, I'm going to go around once. Which will help give it a little bit of a facet, I think. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And 12, I think we have to change colors. Pen. Hello, pen. Starmie. And we're going to magic on 6. 6 increases, and then bloop. 12 single crochet. That's in pink, and now we're changing to our yellow. Heading to bed in a minute, but oh. Oh, good night. Thanks for hanging out. Name suggestion, Soul that guy. Oh, you want to name him Olba? Like, we've been abandoned. Hi, Jinx. Welcome home from work. I hope you've taken time to grab yourself a little hydration, maybe a little snack for after work, because you've worked very hard today, I'm sure. Now you can put your feet up. Maybe it's even raining outside, but not in a nasty floody way, but in just like a nice little like comfy permission to stay indoors kind of way. And yeah. We good? Yep. I think we're okay. We're gonna bloop. Oh, I know what I'll do. I can very easily get us to 16. Because we're at 12, which is just a nice... 12 is a great number for transitioning between bases. So we'll go 4 repeats of a single crochet, an increase, and a single crochet. And 12 plus 4 is 16. And just like that, we are at a lovely little base 8, which is going to make the spacing of everything else so much easier. Like, worlds beyond easier. Put your feet up, let us pull up a chair as the stream proudly presents the weird part, though of course we do not mess with the mouse. Also, we're not at the weird part. I feel like we're still pretty good. Don't get me wrong, I necked a whole bunch of sugar during my break, which normally is a pretty good way to tell that we're heading into the weird part. But, yeah, no, I feel like we're pretty stable. Don't start the feral microwave again. We only just got it to stop beeping. Look, if that's the same crazy, then it's my kind of crazy. Okay, cool. So, here we go. Ooh, you're gonna be a big fellow, aren't you? It's fine. We're doing it. We made up our minds. We're happy with our choices. So I'm just pulling out some tricks at the moment using like back loops and front post now to like really define the middle part of this, because I have a feeling that when I go to sew the legs on, things might get a little bit messy. And so we're going to have to use some misdirection. Like anytime you see one of my stuff, anything that I make look really cool, often it's because I've put a lot of effort into making one part of it look so cool you can't look away. And then like, you're not really noticing the little messy bits. And I know that because sometimes I get messages being like, hey, mine's coming out like this. I'm just like, yep, mine did too. You just can't tell. Follow the pattern. Thank you. The end. I've started saying we've hit the weird part of the stream when me and my work friends get a bit loopy at the end of the workday. We've done it. We've hit the culture. We have transcended the stream format. Does anyone say happy time zone to anybody outside in the real world? You had 6 Reese's Cups, 2 cake pops, a rib beer float, and a strawberry shortcake today alone. Javel Trades, are you an unsupervised 8-year-old? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Nobody answer that question. We don't want to know. Megapod the star. Yes, I think we might actually be megapodding the star. By accident, but it might happen. But look at that lovely, crispy definition. You can't see at all on that. Let's have a look on this camera. Come on. Can we help you focus? Can I aim to save me life? No, you only want to focus on my face. Oh, no, there we go. Look at that. Look at the crispy facets. And now you'll not focus on my face again. No, when we're back. Okay, fine. Mr. Bones, are you doing that on purpose? That is not how you spell croissant. Okay, good, good. So now we would like to work 8 repeats of single crochet and an increase. It's just instead of a single crochet, we're going to do a back loop only single crochet. And I'm going to, I've got 2 bobby pins here, which is frankly already a miracle. I need markers, so maybe we'll just pinch some scraps of yarn here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And yes, there is over 400 bobby pins in this room, but if you think I can find 8 of them at any one time, you are wrong. That's just not how bobby pins work. You only borrow bobby pins from the universe. You don't have any expectation of actually keeping them. Okay, so we back loop. And I'm going to mark the front loop of each of those single crochets. Hope this works, because otherwise it's a lot of work to do it the other way around. And we back loop. Stop it, I almost dropped my croissant. Is everybody else eating croissants? It's croissant. Starmie is the mysterious Pokemon and poor Staryu is the star-shaped Pokemon. Well, yeah, it's mysterious as to how someone stuck 2 Staryus together and spray painted them purple. Oh, you're getting mega potted though. That's fine. That'll give me room to work. I'll appreciate... Come on. There we are. I'll appreciate... Wow, left hand is just not up to the game today. There we go, buddy. Sometimes you got to help the left hand along a little bit. Mr. Bones is coming in to have an opinion because he is left hand dominant. They're not rubber banded together with the garter because there is no garter on Starmie. There's only a garter on Staryu. Croissant. Bobby pins have 0 temporal permanence, often existing only in groups of 3 at any one time. Very inconvenient. I know, considering their packs are like packs of 100, packs of 200, packs of 750, but you can only borrow them. They're not yours to keep. I know, Lefty. I'm expecting a lot from you today. All right, you're doing great, sweetie. Oh, morning, Mark. Sorry, I missed your morning in the mix of all of that. We're discussing the temporal permanence of bobby pins right now. Please feel free to join the conversation. You know what? They should have totally made a third evolution for Star You. It's like Star You and then Star Me and then Star Everybody or Starus. Starus is probably the most logical one, but I personally liked Starus All or Star Everybody. No, that's got starve in it. That's not nice. Star You All. Star All. That could work. Oh, Star Cluster. Star Cluster could have worked. Has anybody seen your yarn winder? I'm afraid not. Epic Name Poons. Oh, essay's finished. You're incredible. You really do know. Wow. Okay, you weren't joking when you said you already knew a lot about the subject. I feel kind of like, in the time since you've written that essay, I've made half of one Pokemon. It's good though. It's good. You surround yourself with effective and capable people and you yourself will become more effective and capable. Okay. It's good. We've got protrusion. I missed what the scraps of yarn for. Oh, yes. Sammy Crafts. We are doing... This guy has a bunch of spokes. Sorry, I've got stuff all over my desk. Has a bunch of spokes in the middle and I want to attach the stitches back into those so that I don't have to like sew anything on afterwards, and I don't want to make them as individual pieces. So I'm trying a thing where I stitch from the later rows back into those marked stitches to see if we like that. I think with Star You, I just made kind of like how I do fingers and toes. I think I just made big stitches around the base and then just sewed them down flat. This is another way to go about it. I'm just giving it a go. Giving it a go. Your third pint of black coffee? Coffee should never come in pints. I had a sip of a coffee the other day and I was twitching for hours. I'm not a coffee drinker though, so that's probably on me. Okay, so now we're here. What next? I think that's actually kind of as wide as we want it to be, so maybe I work down into those stitches in this row. That's nice, there's not too much drift to deal with. Let's go single crochet, treble into the marked stitch. We'll see how we like it. Oh, we might even want to go double treble so it can hang out a little bit. We like it when things hang out a little bit. Oh, we're only going down one row though, so treble is already hanging out a little bit. 1, 2, 3. And single. Spoke. Maybe a double treble instead. Double treble maybe a little bit fancier. It's 3 to start with. Okay, yeah, that's better. Double treble is better. So that was single, double treble in, let's see, what row is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in R6 floop. Single crochet, and I should hopefully be able to just repeat that around 8 times. Current name list. Pinsir was supposed to be Nab Nab, Patrick, we've been abandoned, and Polaris. I do like the name Polaris. Don't get me wrong, I like Pinsir was supposed to be Nab Nab because I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think Pinsir, yeah, Pinsir comes after this one in the Pokédex, which means if I'm reading out the names in Pokédex order, it'll be Pinsir was supposed to be Nab Nab, then, let's see, Humpty, Trim Reaper, Miss Muffet, Spud Lightyear, Firecracker, blah 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 blah, Goldie Flop, blah 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 blah, and then like, Sir Bobby. What has my baby bird consumed? Oh, we fed him a grub. You have to have appropriate food on hand if you're going to have pets. There you go, buddy. Ow! Sorry. Sorry. Okay, let's pop that one out. Let's do it again. Don't know what that sound is upstairs. I'm going to assume vacuuming. I'm hoping that you guys can't hear the grinding, whirring noise. It's Sunday over here. Folks are allowed to do things in their own homes. There we go. We can take that marker out. And around again. Through. It's chilled out a little bit now, if you were curious.
I couldn't hear.
Well, that's good. So, like, it's coming. It's just a machine. It's some sort of, like, they're washing their carpets or something. The puppet is epic and you love him. I'm glad that you love him. He was worth the pain if people love him. Because, like, projects get frustrating. I get frustrated with projects. I'm sure you guys all do too. Sometimes trying to create something under a time crunch is not a happy way to do things. So I'm glad I got the chance to put him down for a little bit. I actually went away to Rottnest for a couple of days with Mr. Bones. Because he was meant to be out the week before he was. But then when I was just like, I was realizing pretty quickly that it wasn't making me happy. And I instead of finishing that video that week, I ended up putting him down and we went to Rottnest for a couple of days. Yeah. And I got back and I was just like, I was still so convinced that I had to pivot and turn him into a lizard or a frog. So convinced. But then, like, as I was getting ready for filming that day, I was just like, you know what? No. I think he still wants to be a bird. So, like, worst case scenario, I end up with a disaster video because you guys... Sorry. Suffering videos go really well on the algorithm. We should look at that as a species at some point. But, so, like, I was like, okay, worst case scenario, at least the video will be good, but I hope the puppet turns out okay as well. And it did. He's really cute. He's Mop. Go. I like the way this is turning out, even if it's turning out kind of big. Okay, we've done 6 spokes so far. Good little medallion. It's looking a lot better than it looks on that camera, let's just put it that way. Why did I feel like we did Pinsir ages ago? Did I dream it? You dreamed it, Coletti Spaghetti. He's been up on he might have been up in a couple of votes. But we definitely haven't made him. I keep records for that exact reason. We don't have time to be out here repeating our Pokemon. So yeah. If you're seeing him, it's because we're making him for the first time. The more I think about it, the more I think he did come up a couple of times pretty early on. During like a bug stream. And possibly one other stream. I have a spreadsheet for that, I just don't have access to it from here. Night, not Martini! Congratulations for going to sleep. Welcome back if you rejoined for the replay. Was there another Pokemon with a weird mouth like that? I feel like I did one with stitched... I've done a few with stitched on teeth. Oh! Oh my gosh! You just appeared out of nowhere!
That's the exact reaction when I'm helping medical students with, like, studying the skeleton. Stand perfectly still in the auditorium. All the students come in, and then, hello, it is good to meet you. And then once the screaming has stopped, the laughing begins. I
have such a distinct, like, mental image of you being like, well, I see your funny bones are broken and flouncing out of the room. Okay, cool. I actually really like how this is turning out. So I'm going to do 1 row of stitches around the outside, but that's just around the outside. That's just so I can front post the purple in and get a really nice crispy transition there as well. But I'm really liking how this is going so far. But yeah, you've got me thinking now, there has to have been another Pokemon with a weird mouth like that, because I have such a vivid memory of making a mouth like that. Who was that? Like, surely it has to have been a bug. It wasn't Butterfree. Not Metapod or Kakuna. Weedle has no mouth. It wasn't Caterpillar. We would have noticed by now. Were we maybe making a joke about Pinsir's mouth on Mr. Mime? Because I feel like we were doing Pokemon mashups at one point. It could have been a game challenge, not Gen 1, maybe. I'm trying to think. Because, like, I've got the full list in front of me. It's just that list nearly has 200 Pokemon on it now that we've made. And so, like, it's still a little hard just to think of them all. And, like, I can tell you point blank, whoever it is not currently up on my shelf. They must be in the bag. But that bag is substantial. Thank you. I'm glad that you like how Starmie looks so far. I'm pretty pleased with it. And we're also making really excellent time with him. So now comes the time to join on the purple. So we are 24 stitches around, which is big. But I feel like if I have to make 10 arms / legs, limbs, I wonder if they each have either a tiny mouth at the end or a tiny butthole. That's not a thought for today. Then I'm probably going to appreciate having a little bit of room on here to actually attach them on. He'll be 30 around by the time I do purple. Could it have been Cloyster? No, Cloyster has just a regular little mouth. That's not a nightmare mouth. That's not like a nightmare mouth like the ones we're thinking of. Oh! It was some kind of crab. Maybe? Parasect? Crabby? No, we haven't done Crabby. Parasect. Paris. It was Paris. We've done it for Paris. Oh my goodness, that thought came from a really long time, like really long time ago, but that was like from, we did him over a year ago. It was totally Paris. I don't know if the chat remembered before I did, but I'm glad that we both got there. It was not Raticate. That's a nightmare mouth for a different reason. It's because I failed. That Raticate mouth is still a mark of dishonor upon my whole family. We had to get rid of the cow. It's just a whole thing. It wasn't Haunter. Haunter has a perfectly reasonable mouth. Paris has the same kind of nightmare mouth. It just turned out really, really well. So yeah. Ooh. No, it's flat. It does. I'm just going to have to be careful when I stuff it not to poke it out too much. Do I need to go back one row and just remove one row? I need to look at my reference images again. Sorry, folks. Okay, no, he has quite a lot of substance. I think we're okay. Starmie gonna be big? Yeah. I don't think it's gonna be avoidable. I think Starmie's gonna be big. Because, like, the body puck itself is going to be at least 30 stitches around. Probably not much more than that. In fact, exactly 30 stitches around. It's within my control. That's what's going to happen. Because at this point I'll transition back to base 6 because the base 8 has lived its usefulness. In fact, 30 stitches around is actually really good because we're evenly spacing 5 legs, which means I know that I need at least 6 stitches of the leg. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's just going to make it really easy to, like, you can evenly space 5 things within a space of 30. That's all I'm trying to get out there. So, like, that will work for us. It just means that, like, okay, so say this is the head and body, then the legs are going to stick out. He's going to be a sizable little guy. With a long, ugly snout, hideously ugly, and sharp, cruel fangs. Again, we're messing with the mouse and we need to stop. Omastar? Maybe Omastar had Nightmare Mouse? He just had a little cross. I actually think I did his mouth the wrong way round. But everyone was too kind to point that out. So I kind of just left it. We could call him Beyblade. That's fun. Does Taurus have similar horns, and have we done Taurus? We have not done Taurus. And I would say his horns are not similar. But honestly, at this point, guys, every week I've been offering an option of 5 different Pokemon. So you've been looking at 5, and then we've only been making 2 or 3. And so you've seen Pinsir a number of times, and you've seen elements of Pinsir. And I know I've talked before about how I was going to make the mouth. So like, all these things combine into just the Pokemon soup that occupies at least one wedge of all of our brains. It's good soup. Alrighty, here we go. It's the final increase round. Happy time zone, Snot Puppy. Starmie should be a fidget spinner. Yeah, it should. You make one. I have some articulated doll joints here somewhere, so we could hypothetically, but we're not. It's like I was thinking as I was making Pinsir, if I had a spare peg somewhere, I could literally like make it so that you could like his pincers together. I'm just like, no, out of scope. Focus. Still have 800 little suckers to go. Go. Here we go. There we go. And here we go again. Then we go. And we go. Go, 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 go. Oh, bye, Petal. Thanks for hanging out. You're going to make this in plush yarn later? Okay. Cool. Actually, you know what? This would be a really cool one to make a couch cushion with. Like any of the ones with faces, I always feel like it's a little weird to have as a cushion, but I suppose then it's just a large plush, and that's not weird at all. Oh, she lost count somewhere. Look at her. Look at her go. Losing count. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. What are we doing? 3, and then an increase. 1, 2, 3, and then an increase. 1, 2, 3, and an increase. 1, 2, 3, and an increase. 1, 2, 3, and an increase. No, she didn't. 1, 2, 3, and an increase. And we have an extra stitch. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 30. Alright, well we already have 30, so we're just going to ignore the problem. Know that the pattern is mathematically correct. It's just some user error has gotten in the way of its accuracy. But either way, that row still has 30 stitches in it. So now I need to puckerfy it, which just means I'm going to do 30 single crochet around for a bunch of rows to build up enough of a base that we can sew legs to it. Yeah, make a great cushion, I agree. If you can put up with making so many of the same pieces and sewing them on. This is not going to be a fun one to make for a cushion, but it'll make a really fun cushion, if that makes sense. It's like the fun is attached to the end product, not the process of making it. Sometimes it's the other way around, where the process, like the fun is attached to the process of making it, and then you're just like left with a thing in your house. I don't think that'll be the case in this instance. I love everything in plush yarn. I just hesitate to waste it. Yeah, I find plush yarn, I think my enjoyment of using it is tainted forever by the cost of the yarn itself. But yeah, I do genuinely love how soft, and I mean that like as an aesthetic as well as like the physical feel, how soft things turn out in plush yarn. The word puckerfy makes you very uncomfortable. So you would prefer it if I didn't say puckerfy anymore? Oh my goodness, I just swapped the F and the P. No. Not out loud, just in my head, but it was enough to make me giggle. Ooh, plush frisbee is fun. Nobody type it in chat, Mr. Bones will have to get rid of it. Oh, good. I'm glad you found your winder, because you did ask if anyone had seen it earlier, so it's nice to have some closure on that story. Okay, that's one row of 30. We're going to need at least 2 more of those, so I'm just going to keep chugging along. Mr. Bones, tell me, as a skeleton, do you find it freeing to be able to talk in chat where you can use eyebrows to form facial expressions? Because I'm just curious. I should have gone through and removed that row up there, but I'm not going back now. I'll sew it down flat. I'll like anchor it down. It'll be fine. There's already so much sewing with this particular pattern that I won't notice a couple of extra stitches to flatten it out. Just banish this back over to the tapestry area where I'm still using it. Oh, you'll be pleased to know, for anyone wondering, the scrap box that I collected during my tapestry video one, I pretty much emptied it. I've used it all, so like, we are minimizing the waste. Guess who found a surprise yarn winder in a box of ancient wool yarn in the basement? Oh, it's like a it's like the toy in the cereal box you used to be able to get. So yeah, if you think puckerfy makes you sound uncomfortable, feel uncomfortable. Dry erase markers work on bone. I can have more eyebrow expressions than you can. That's true. Sorry guys. Everyone should hydrate or dehydrate. Careful though, bone is porous. You will eventually end up stained. It's 2 rows. 30 is a lot. 30 is a lot of rows. We still need at least 2 more. I feel like I'm having flashback to my childhood. How many peas do I have to eat? At least 2 more. I ate 2 more. We'll eat 2 more again. Hey, devil in the details. You are nailing this, and I am claiming partial credit because I feel like I'm providing a nice productive environment in which you can do amazing things. The fact that you have finished an essay, an entire essay, and a PowerPoint, now you just have crochet gifts to go, right? And you'd already started a couple of those. So like, good, excellent. Yeah, see, Bottega Channel gets it. The dry erase markers will mark you. Are you like a doodle bear and have to go through the washing machine when done? I'm just pack him into a little laundry bag. And then I have to sit outside the washing machine and keep him company so he doesn't get scared as he goes around and around and around. Mr. Bones feels cheeky one day and draws big goofy eyebrows, accidentally grabbed the Sharpie. Well, you know that expression like, don't pull that face, the wind will change and it'll stay like that? It's like that, but with every face he draws on. Oh good, I'm glad that I can help you focus. It's like we're body doubling, right? Though of course it also could just be like parallel play. But like, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish that day. Good, good. Because like these help me focus as well. They stop me from like, I can't just get up and do something else if I'm frustrated. Like I gotta keep going. And in the meantime, you guys provide a nice, delightful distraction. Said the work I'm doing is significantly less serious than the work you're doing, but that's good. This conversation is taking an interesting turn. Clunk, 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 clunk. Do not put your skeleton in the dryer. There are rules. Ooh. You literally make bone jewelry and replicas of Paleolithic artifacts and letter openers. That's cool. I don't know why imagining him in the washing machine is... Wah, wah, wah. It's okay, we give him floaties. Wait, I gotta go back up and check something. Hold on 1 second. I have been locked in combat with an enormous multi-skein yarn tangle since Tuesday. Come on, grab the thing. There we are. It's nearly vanquished, but I'm not wrestling number 10 thread in rayon anymore tonight. That's fair. I remember once I had this ball of the cheapest, nastiest, plastickiest yarn, right? That had gotten impossibly tangled. And it was like 6 p.m. at night. I was like, oh, I'll just untangle it while I watch TV. I had work the next day. And like this was a yarn that wasn't nice. Like the yarn itself was already like really broken down, but something like I latched onto it and I could not stop untangling this. I was untangling it at like 5 a.m. the next morning. I kept telling myself, oh, I'll put it down any second. I'll just stop. It'll be fine. That yarn moved house with me after that 3 times. Before Mr. Bones finally was like, honey, throw it away. And it was good. It was the intervention I needed in that moment. But also like, oh my goodness, I latched onto the detangling of that yarn like I was saving someone's life. Okay, amazing crafty friends, best time for you. Oh, night, Jessica. Thank you for hanging out. It was lovely to have you. If you decide to watch the replay later, welcome back. Current name list. Pinsir was supposed to be Nab. Patrick. Ah, we've been abandoned. And Polaris. Has the name list really not changed this whole time? I thought there'd been other suggestions. Not that Mr. Bones doesn't do excellent work. It's like, yeah. Rayon is soft, slippy, and fragile, and number 10 thread is tiny. Yeah, no. You know how you detangle that stuff? You stop it getting tangled in the first place, which I'm sure is a lot easier said than done. The washer is in Richmond. Yeah, I throw some pom-poms in there with him and he bats them around while he washes. There may have been a miss. Yeah, it's alright, Mr. Bones. You're doing fine, honey. They will remind us. Anybody, if we've missed any of the names, please drop them in chat now. Now's your chance to sneak one past us. There you go. Okay, we probably don't want to go too more puckish. We've already done 5 rows, which is a lot. But I want to make sure I have enough room to attach things to. I'm going to do 1 more row and then I'll close off at the back. Got fiber up my nose. What's up, love?
Can I make the request that we no longer say the word puckish?
It's a Shakespearean reference. I'm raising the blood pressure of my skeletal friend. Friend? Friend is an understatement. Hi. I know you're not satisfied with the level of mischief you've been able to commit with the puppet. I'm sorry. We will change the layout of the room so you can be more mischievous with the puppet. Okay. Okay, so many name suggestions coming through chat right now, honey. I have this awful pink acrylic yarn that your grandma bought in the 70s and gave you when you were like 12. That horrible, nearly unusable yarn has moved 4 houses across 3 states with me. Oh, no, see, that's different. That's an heirloom. That is a treasure. That is a memory. This was just a $2 ball of half disintegrated yarn that I had just like... I would never be able to use it. I had no memories attached to it. Yeah. It's different. It's different. Okay, here we go. We've got some names here. Sirius, Dipper, Sheriff Carter, and Beyblade. Dipper's cute. He has blood pressure. Oh, well, don't you know, Snot Puppy, that it's your marrow that makes blood. So yeah, skeletons are always bleeding. As I said, skeletons, they prefer to be wet. I could re-throw out biblically accurate star, or star aren't you glad to see me, but they're more jokes than names. Yes, but we appreciate you greatly for your contributions, Eldritch. Alright. This just looks like theme night at the strip club at the moment, but it's fine, we'll soldier on. 3 single crochet and a decrease, and then we'll do 2 single crochet and a decrease. And then we'll do 1 single crochet and a decrease. And then we'll just do 6 decreases. Mega dipper. The ultimate dip. For the record, it wasn't your thread yet when it was mishandled. Of course, there was no judgment intended in what I said about not letting it tangle in the first place. I am the first person to end up in an absolute snarl. Ooh, Asta is pretty. Gentle scratch. Okay, there we go. I'm reasonably sure We've Been Abandoned wasn't a serious name either. Yeah. Well, I mean, we could name him Star We've Been Abandoned. Only 55 characters left on the name list. Alright, get rid of Star We've Been Abandoned, or change it to Orba, like it was suggested earlier, AWBA. Patrick, I will allow, because I understand that SpongeBob is a beloved character, like children's cartoon. Well, not children's cartoon. I'm not one of those. Like, cartoons are for everybody. But yeah, I haven't personally have no personal attachment to it. I have never seen a single episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, which is funny because like I love me some animations, right? Like I've seen a lot of them. Watch them for fun. That one's kind of missed me entirely somehow. Trek. No, that because if we name him Trek, it starts the whole Wars Gate Trek thing. Prince, he's purple. He is purple. I'm just going to finish closing off the back of our potato. Pizzasta. Pizzasta is what I call it when I take a pasta dish and I make a pizza on top of it, and then it's pizza pasta. It's a pizzasta. Sometimes you just want to take good food and make it slightly junk food. Like that's... You can do that most of the time by applying a whole bunch of tasty sauce and cheese to it. Hello?
Hello? Could we call him Dwight?
Why? Oh.
Bears beats
Battlestar Galactica. I mean, hypothetically we could if you guys wanted to. Okay, look, he's not a disaster. He's a happy little accident, alright? And now we stuff. Because I want that whole, like, medallion bit to sit pretty flat, I'm trying to just stuff around the edge. I'll anchor it down when I'm sewing if I remember to, and if it still needs it at that point, but, want to be careful. It's going to make a lovely big squishy cushion though. Got to make sure he's out. He doesn't become an innie though, because it keeps wanting to like poke itself in, which is just not the vibe. Yeah, no. Y'all stop your intergalactic battling in the chat, okay? Star Wars is fantasy because it uses space magic. Star Trek calls it technology. That's the difference. Frankly, I think that they all kind of fall into like a certain futuristic sci-fi subgenre. But then, like, I feel like growing up, people were less precious about just labeling stuff sci-fi fantasy, just lumping them in together. It's a discourse about the present, masked as a conversation about the future. Okay. Everybody be. It seems like everyone's being polite and nice about this, but like I understand this can be quite an inflammatory topic for some. So let's just tread very carefully about Trek Warsgate. What's really funny to me is that Stargate is the one that I've watched the most of. Hello?
Okay. So everyone's having like, we all have different like opinions.
Yeah, everyone's having a fairly respectful conversation.
And that's okay. We're all allowed to have different opinions.
Yes.
So long as those opinions come after the one that Stargate is the best.
Yeah. See, I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying that's the one I watched and would willingly watch again, while the other two you would have to force me to. Yeah.
Stargate is just so much better.
Specifically, Colonel O'Neill, SG-1. Know nothing about Gate? Yeah. Gate kind of missed a lot of people. It didn't hit the I don't know, the zeitgeist? Is that the correct usage? It didn't hit the world the way the others did. The others were I think were really important stories in their time and in their window. I think that the over-commercialization of them is potentially tainting them for me. I'm willing to acknowledge that bias. Stargate is still like the OG Stargate. It kind of was like if the magic faraway tree grew up. That's what Stargate was. Like the endless possibilities and the endless worlds. And then we could still return home again. Like there is a coziness and a niceness to it. Okay. We have our puck. Our medallion, if the word puck makes you uncomfortable. They're very different. They are worlds apart. Very, 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 very well noticed there, Sammy. I'm losing my voice a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on one second. Okay, so we've got that. Now we need 10 legs. Excuse me, I'm going to just turn the mic off for a second. Alright, we've dealt with the rumble. Well, yeah, it was all about Richard Dean Anderson. He was just... Colonel O'Neill was just like so over it the second he arrived, and I love that. Just the idea of just like this really like... You know what, Farscape I would also count amongst the Star TV shows. Farscape was pretty good. That's like Jim Henson does Star Trek. Kind of. Ooh, Serenity. Serenity could count as well. I'm going to call these arms, for lack of a better word. And they're going to need to be... We're going to draw them to scale, because sometimes that's a fun and productive activity. Fun for all the family. Not that big. That far around. And we kind of need them to have a point at the front as well. So now I have a guide. Now this will probably be less pointy. More domed. Not doomed. Domed. There's a difference. I see all of these mediums of sci-fi as equal, near and dear to your heart, just like Red Dwarf. Yeah, see, that's a good way to see it. It's like, The Expanse could also be included amongst all of this. But I say that having not really liked the TV show. I really liked the first half dozen books. I stopped reading at a certain point because I stopped reading at a certain point. But that's neither here nor there. That's not to say that the books weren't well written. It's just I have this thing in stories where I don't need to stay in a world long enough to see characters I love grow old and die, if that makes sense. It's like I like the book to finish on the end of the story I'm reading, not... And that becomes hard for me when the stories encompass multiple lifetimes. So, yeah, I stopped reading when the characters I was attached to started getting a little... Yeah. There was a... Yeah. Anyway, excellent series of books, though. Written by the very talented team who is James S.A. Corey. It was 2 people. I'm assuming it's still 2 people. Yeah, just very good, but a little bit more on the hard sci-fi, not so much on the fantasy. They worked really hard to try and make sure that like the math all checked out. Yeah, like yeah, it's good. It's good. If you're into hard sci-fi, you will enjoy reading The Expanse. The TV show, I can't really vouch for, but I did watch the first season and I enjoyed the casting. They cast several of the characters excellently and no notes, but the books were better. The books are always better. Okay. This works. We're really onto something. Oh my goodness, if I could get the fibers off my nose, that'd be great. I hate fiddling with my nose on camera. It's up there for me with chewing. Chewing on camera is yucky. Where does it keep its armies? I mean, yeah. Hi.
You wanted a hand getting the fibers out of your nose?
Why are you being gross? Why are you being gross on stream? All these lovely people have come to our house. You have crocheted the last little piece of your mum's birthday gift, and it can get... At one point, I will get all of the words out in the right order. And it can get sewn together in the morning, so you're headed to bed. Okay, cool. Well, you had a very productive evening. Evening/day. No, evening. Good job. You have earned this rest. And I look forward to seeing you next week, where you can accomplish another inhuman, like, amount of stuff. Good job, you. Up its sleeveys. Ah! I was trying to make a leggies reference, but I missed the obvious one. 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. And then we'll do 8 single crochet around. And then we'll do 2 single crochet and an ink 3. And 5 single crochet. And that'll get us up to 10. Sleeveys. I might be making this too pointy. We'll find out in a second. I don't mean the tip of it, I mean the overall slope of the sides of it. Hey, look, okay, if I suddenly scream in inarticulate rage and either remove myself from camera or the camera turns off, it's just because I've got an itch. There's a fiber up my nose and I am suffering right now. But I feel like if I ignore it, it'll leave me alone. I just wanted to warn you. Just in case that happens, you don't need to worry. It just means that I've reached a point of cannot ignore this anymore, not for a single second. Ah! Okay, so there we are so far. I am deliberately cultivating the increases at one point so I end up with like a point, which is not going to fully take the place of how, like, this has some pretty hard lines to it, but it's going to suggest them, and it means that when I do the back ones, they can all point together at the back as well, and it's going to, like, help us a little bit. It's not going to completely replace it, but it's going to give suggested enough that I think I'm going to get away with it. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm suffering, but I'm still here. I am going to go blow my nose. I'll be back in 1 second. Hold on. I left the microphone on. Hello, if you can all still hear me. Free range in the kitchen. That's what's happening right now. Next time I'll remember to turn the microphone off because I don't think that stopped you from hearing anything. So, hi. I did. I left the microphone on. Oh well. Cannot nail every interaction. Would be foolish to try. 1, 2, 3. Just keep growing this leg out. And if I get this leg done really, really fast, then I'll spend the remaining Starmie craft time making as many of them as we can. It's more that the air becomes nothing but fiber. Yeah, it gets a little like that. That's okay though. We've been abandoned again. Yeah, maybe something to keep the dust out of the air could be a thing, but honestly, I am the one generating the dust, so it's... You know what, it is a dusty place though. We have a parking lot that all of our windows open out onto, so I can dust every day and it will still just, every surface comes away black. So I know at this point my lungs are lined with bitumen. I can hodgepodge and air filter together with stuff from Bunnings maybe. That's okay, honey. I believe that you could. But I think that, and I think it's just something that you live with when you do fiber crafts. I could easily just wear a mask. Like, it's not like we all didn't get plenty of practice with that. But I think that, yeah, I could easily wear a mask. Not necessarily on stream, but when I'm working on it. I don't think I could use an air filter on stream because I think that's too loud. When it's really hot, we can't even use the aircon. And like, mask is the solution to this. Okay, so there's the pointy bit at the front that I'm talking about. Let's try it on. Okay, I think we're getting close. I don't think we're quite there yet because I don't think the base is wide enough to fit it, because the base should fit from here to here. So a few more rows. I might have to start supplementing those increases, but we'll keep going. I don't want to just abruptly change the angle. We don't have to nail this on the first go. I can easily frog this and we can try a different approach if we decide we need to do that as well. Because like, I can easily go back and just make them triangles and then start doing this closer to the end. With that way I would have... Honestly, that's probably a better answer. I'm going to work 2 more rows, and if it's not working, I'll frog it and we'll build them up as triangles instead. Because like this kind of like long point can easily be added to a triangle without too much fuss or bother. 3, 4, and 5. I do like this shape though, because it means it's coming out relatively flat. Because like, when you keep in mind that we have to attach the whole thing to the back, flat is good. So there's pros and cons to both. And I think that this matches the sprite angle as well. It's just, I'm worried it's going to get too tall. I don't know. There's lots of like things to factor in. Fine mesh curtains, net curtains, trap dust coming in from an open window. We've got some of those, but we're in and out to the balcony so often that they tend to be left open. So it's probably time to wash those curtains too. Now that summer's all done and dusted. Looks nice so far, thank you. I'm doing my best. Appreciate y'all hanging in there with me. This brings it up to 18 around, which is a sizable tentacle. Hey, he has 10 arms. We should call the arms tackles, because then he's got 10 tackles. They can't all be winners, guys. I do my best. 5, 6. Okay, one more. There we go. So there we are. We're at 18 around. And I think with one more row, we might reach the width I'm looking for here. Oh, he's turning into a tall boy though. And then on the back, oh yeah, that fits really nicely on the back. And one more round, it'll still be fitting really nicely. Okay, cool. I'm actually really pleased with how this is turning out now. It does mean that we have a lot of legs to make, but we are nailing this. We've only been working on this guy for an hour, so I know I try not to do duplicate pieces on stream, but I will be making legs during that time because let's make use of the time while we've got it. And I refuse to have Starmie go down as a 1 hour Pokemon. That is not an accurate representation at all of what's happening here. But it means that, you know, there is we're gonna start a third one today. Blinks eyes one at a time. I might need to engage in turning off my brain for 8 to 10 hours. Go sleep, Sour Sprout. Thank you for hanging out. When you have to engage manual blink, you know what the answer is. Don't let Mr. Bones intimidate you, CK. Your puns are improving. I have never let his disdain for my puns stop me for even a single moment. I think puns are one of the highest forms of wit. And I have just... Honestly, the people who argue with that, they don't tend to be super fun to be around. Mr. Bones is an exception. He enjoys them even if he pretends he doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's just an increase. 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay, good. Let's give him his little crown. Just kind of slowly like tilted over time, and that's all right. Pop that there. One thing I'm worried about is that, like, I think these were meant to be like longer. I could stretch them out, maybe. But I should have just made them longer to start with. You're fine, honey. That's a Galaxy Quest reference, in case anyone's worried that he's actually an oppressed skeleton. His job is not stupid, it is appreciated, and he knows this. Okay, there we go. That's good, we want that to be fairly flat at the back. And of course we will stuff them. And we'll finish that off there. Folks, if I end up sewing it on with a different colour that's not this purple, you all will know what's up. It's me trying to preserve as much of the purple as I can, so if there's like a little glimpse of a slightly different purple in between, And we're going to just agree universally not to mention it. There we are. He's currently a one-tickle. Just checking that. Replaying it. Yep, we're fine. And so now we need to make him a two-tickle. I'm going to have a lot of fun with this joke. Y'all should adjust accordingly. Feel free to crank the sound all the way down until it's over. Galaxy Quest is excellent. Galaxy Quest is one of my, like, if you could only watch 3 movies for the rest of your life, it is one of those movies. Like, Galaxy Quest is one of them for me. The others are still a little bit, like, oscillate-y. Princess Bride is another one for me, but that's because Princess Bride is on Mr. Bones', like, don't get me wrong, I love it, but it got its cemented place on my list because Mr. Bones has it on his list, and I wanted to make sure we had a movie we could watch together. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, my third place is still open. Do you want to do a test spike? And what would that be called? I think it would just be called a hat. Nothing wrong with that. The mouse would be appalled. Nailed it. Stuck the landing. Oh, it's a one-eyed, one-horned flying purple. No mouth. That's not a kite, that's a bird. Excellent, excellent. It's very good. It's very good indeed. Me and my dad do that sometimes. We'll send each other puns. Like, he's a farmer, so he'll send me a photo of him being outstanding in his field. And I'll send him a photo of my ceiling fan and just be like, it's not my favorite ceiling fan, but it's up there. Yeah. It's not often enough to be like, but like, it happens often enough, but not super often. And so like every so often there's just a little meme pun drop between me and my dad. I need to reclaim this, thank you. It's gonna make this job a lot easier. Oh, there's another one there. I was really working these bobby pins overtime today, aren't I? Could we add just star to the name list so that there's no characters left in the list? Because you know what's going to happen. You're going to present me with that as the name list, and then I'm just going to pick the ones I like. Because I can't use all of those. Okay, so the whole list is current name list. Pinsir was supposed to be Nab-Nab, Patrick, Star, we've been abandoned, Polaris, Shuriken, Aster or Astrid, Beyblade, Dipper, Tentacle, One-Eyed, 10-Horned, Flying Purple, no! Just to balance things, there's a business up the road that has a bird-shaped kite. It's used to show wind direction. I'll take a photo. Oh, is it like a windsock? I've seen fish used as windsocks. I've not seen a bird one before. Your brother was telling us about a van that was pouring out white smoke, and me and my dad went, you know what that means? They chose a new poop. It's like you heard about the guy who was running along. No, that's a bad joke. I shouldn't call it. I was going to make the exhausted, retired joke, but it's a little dark. It's about a dude who gets hit by a car. So maybe we don't tell that one on stream. know many good car puns. Car puns are good. And I can do cow puns until the cows literally come home. I am unbeatable in that arena. I am a Viking. 1, 2, 3? How far into this am I? 4, 5, 6. Wow, I'm further in than I thought I was, or I cannot count to save me goats. Buckle my shoe. 5, 6. Yeah, I've definitely... Something's fishy. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14... 15? 15? Like, I don't care enough to go back and fix it. This can just be like, there's 10 legs. No one's going to notice one slightly odd-shaped one. But 15? Where did that go wrong? Okay, I think that was meant to be this row here. And I think we're going to carry on. I'm just going to carry on using the same increase pattern. I'm going to guess that I maybe just did a regular increase instead of an increase 3 in one row. It's fine. It's not going to be noticeable. We'll hide it at the back. It's fine. I'm not starting again. I've got a lot more of these to make. As I said, one odd one is not going to be noticed. Removing Beyblade, 10 tackle, and shuriken. Okay, you can remove 10 tackle if you want, but I'm going to be making the 2 tackle, 2 tickles, 3 tickles, 4 tickles jokes the whole time. They're not going away. You can remove the name, but its presence will haunt you. Removing no 2. Dang, she threw that hook down like 15 was the worst. 15 was a betrayal. I've been working in even numbers this whole time. For an odd to show up is just a disgrace. Now I bet we're at 17. Okay, cool. So what does the name list look like without no on it? So I'm going to warn you now. I'm feeling lazy. I don't know if I'm going to write out some of those longer ones. All words are dangerously close to something else. Like, all words. Pinsir was supposed to be Nab-Nab, Patrick, Star, we've been abandoned, Polaris, Asta, Dipper, and one-eyed, 10-horned flying purple. What's funny is that I think Beyblade and Shuriken were actually, like, legitimate requests. But I understand that you're doing your best and you're doing a great job. Because there's been a lot of names for this one. Yeah, to end up in 15 stitches after working in even numbers. That's just odd. At least it wasn't prime, right? Could have been worse. Could have been prime. Okay, it's at 19, so I know I've done the right number of rows. It's just one of them has a regular increase instead of a proper increase, and that's okay. It's okay. One arm is always longer than the other. Oh wow, you look a lot shorter though, friend. What happened to you? I actually think they're the same. I think it's just an optical illusion. They are the same. It's just an optical illusion. Like, assembly totally can change how a piece sits. And now he is a tuticle. And yes, I've thought this through, and yes, we will be skipping some numbers with this joke. Go on there, friend, live up to your pointy potential. Oh, excellent. We still have 45 minutes of this. I'm probably gonna get the first 5 done. That's my goal, to do 3 more of these, and then we'll throw to another vote. Yeah, he's authentic. It's a little dash of that realism. You know me, I love my crooked creations. You all seem to like them too, so we're good. Potential. You guys are nailing these puns today. I don't even have time to keep up. There we go. So yeah, after stream today, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to get the last 19 squares of that tapestry done. It should only take like... Okay, it's gonna take like 6 hours. But that's okay! It's okay. It's the final 6 hours, and I'm really excited for it. It's looking... Some of them are reading really well, and some of them are reading not so well. But they're all adding up to this wonderful, like, glorious mishmash of an image that I really like, and I'm really pleased with it. I do wish I'd done it slightly different dimensions, but I know I thought about these dimensions carefully, so I know I've done this on purpose. I just wish I'd looked up the size of a standard dowel before I decided to make it 1.5 meters long instead of 1.2. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with it. I'm really excited to finish that off as a project as well, and then we'll be doing some more Soul Silver. That's the plan there. It's like getting some of these projects finished off, getting Gen 1 finished, getting the tapestry finished. Crafted in Clash is old news at this point, but like, go back and watch it if you haven't seen it, it's great. Yeah, getting some of those bigger projects out of the way to clear room for more bigger projects. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe a couple of cruisier weeks with some patterns. He's a cuticle. Oh, that's cute. I like that fluffy chumper. Whoa, only 19 left. I was like, yeah. And like, not all of them will take, like, I've been allowing between 20 and 30 minutes per square because, like, depending on how many color changes, and some of them require a little cross stitch over every single square, and they're 90 stitches per square. And so, like, that adds up. But like, some of them have like 5 stitches in them and that's it. And so like, those ones there, that's fine. They just bring me under budget to allow me more time for the ones that require more effort than that. Plus it's helped that since I bought my pack of 200 needles, that's 50 of them there, I can leave certain colors already threaded, and that has sped up the process significantly because I've been able to leave like my white and my black strung through constantly, because so many of them have just like 1 little white square for the pupil or 3 little black squares for the eye, and like that is, I've been able to speed up so significantly just from being able to leave them on the needle instead of having to change them out every single time. So that's been great. That's been really good, even if I have ended up with like a pressure point callus type stiff spot, like right here on the end of my finger. It's now a rock. But it's still kind of at the achy stage of forming a new callus. It's not quite ready to be helpful yet. So pinching that needle is interesting. I finally understand why people might use thimbles. Whereas before I always thought it was just so that they didn't like jab themselves. Like, no, I get it now. It's so that they don't end up with like rock hard lumps on their hands. There are, the dowels, they're sold at like 1.2 or they're sold at like 2.4. So, at least the ones that I was looking up near me. I'm going to check it out properly when I go there, like in person. But it would have just been really convenient if the dowels were already the right size. We have a handsaw. We can just cut the 2.4. Like, it's not a big deal. And I only very recently decided I was going to use dowel for it. It's one of those things of just like, that part of it is like a complete departure from what I'm used to for me. But I have some ideas, and I'm going to use some non-stretch strapping stuff so that it can stretch slightly, but not past a certain point. Yeah, I won't share my plans here because I'll share them during the video. But like, yeah, I'm going to use some non-stretch stuff so that the tapestry doesn't like slowly distort completely, but it does need a little bit of stretching because it's currently like Like it's meant to be a rectangle and it's kind of more like this. It's only slight, but you do notice it. So I feel like a little bit of stretching will make it more like this. And then I'll just reinforce it so it doesn't stretch past that point. Morning. And if I can't find any dowels, my next plan is those extendable curtain rods. That they can be as wide or as narrow as you need them to be. So I always have plan A, B, and C. But take a channel, it's not 5 that I'm worried about, it's the 6. If you say it in chat, Mr. Bones will have to remove it. I will not be saying it on stream either. Even if it means what it means, we've got to be careful. I'll be careful. Keep this nice and friendly. Yeah, it's known as blocking, but I'm going to cheat. I'm not going to pre-block it. I'm just going to block it. I'm going to hang it and let it stretch itself out as it's like already on display. And if it doesn't work, oh well. I've created a lovely crooked piece of art, which is honestly very representational of me and what I do. Because, yeah, at the size it is, I don't have room to like foam block it or anything like that. It's fine. This will be fine. Happy time zone, Kim Pokey Trainer. Welcome. You've arrived in the middle of Starmie. We'll be... I try not to do duplicate pieces on stream, but we will be making Starmie arms and legs for the next half an hour or so. Just because there's a lot of them. And the more I do on stream, the less I have to do off stream for him. So I don't know where I'm up to on this one here. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. It's getting there. Unless you guys want to make some of these for me. You can feel right and go right ahead. Today's theme is Purple Menaces versus the Boring Colour Brigade. And we've taken a vote both times to decide which group of colours we're picking from. And what's really funny is that the first one was Boring Colour Brigade and the second one was Purple Menaces, which has left us back at a tie with 5 purple Pokemon remaining and 5 boring colour Pokemon remaining. Now, I've used my best judgment as to who counts as a boring colour and who doesn't. Based on if anybody had a more exciting colour that could arguably called their main colour or even a second, like a prominent secondary colour, I have decided they are not a boring colour Pokemon. I'm specifically thinking of Pidgeotto there, where I would definitely use the red of the crest or the brown of the bird. Which I suppose the brown does also count as a boring colour. That would put boring colour back in the lead. Or back behind, depending on what your winning metric is. Yeah, Starmie is 85% repeat pieces, exactly. It's like, I appreciate you guys sticking with me here. If I did that, I'd not be able to pick up a hammer for a week. Crochet and knitting don't agree with me. If we did what? Angry Bear Ironworks? We did Pinsir. We did do Pinsir. Well, we did approximately 60% of Pinsir. Maybe slightly more. He has gone into the tub to await sewing. He is keeping company over there with Blastoise and Kabuto from last week, who also haven't been sewn. And I am being gentle with myself about that because I really wish I'd sewn them already, but I haven't, and that's okay. So what are you hammering, Angry Bear Ironworks? Is it like, as in the name, are you hammering iron? Or is it more of a general trade type of hammer, which is still just as fun? Are we thinking it's a 2 Pokemon day or 3? Oh, well, no, I think we're going to do a third one. But I time them out at about 2 hours a Pokemon now. It's a new thing I've started, which means that at about 3:30, that's not helpful. That's not information for you. It's 3:30 my time, but the stream's been going for about 4 hours now. But we started this one here at 2.5 hours in. So at 4.5 hours in, we'll change Pokemon. Regardless of where I'm at, I'll probably finish the piece that I'm working on as we approach that time. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, no, we can stop this leg. We've done this leg. Okay, cool. And with that, he goes from being a 2-ticle to a 3-ticle. We won't get him all the way to a tentacle up on stream, but we're doing our best. Yeah, you're a blacksmith. That's so cool! It's like glass blowing and blacksmithery are just like two very interesting crafts to me, but there's such a barrier to entry that I don't think I'll ever get the chance to try them. Whereas like there's, for example, if I wanted to pick up welding, I mean, I have access to everything I would need to try that, hypothetically. It's like, nah, blacksmithery is like, that's cool. You make all kinds of little things like hairpins and belt buckles, key rings, flint strikers for fast starting, and knives. That's so cool. Because like you hear of people like who do like, on YouTube there's a lot of like the weapons makers, which is cool. It is cool. Like Alex Steele is what I'm thinking of there. But like, it's when love is shown to like the little tiny, beautiful, intricate moments in life that is cool. And I just waxed very ephemeral on that, but like, it's, yeah. Just the idea of like something being handcrafted is a very romantic notion to me. Welding is a gateway drug. I can imagine so. It's like I found crochet to be kind of the same. How are we doing? Hi, Nat! Oh, this is awesome. We're doing good. I'm racing the Boring Color Brigade versus the Purple Menaces. So far, it's a draw. There we go. Making the... Okay, this is the 4-ticle. For anybody who has recently just arrived, we'll be working on Starmie for another half hour, and then we'll be doing vote number 3. We've already made Pinsir today, and we're making Starmie at the moment. And even though it's duplicate pieces, he's all duplicate piece. So we're working our way through it. Oh dear, Civil Wars. Everybody wins, yeah. It's like... It's not like we're banishing the opposite side forever. It's like Boring Color Brigade took their turn and then Purple Menaces have taken their turn. It's going to be the third vote that's going to be kind of... We're going to declare whoever wins the third vote the winner. So I'm kind of hoping some of the Boring Color Brigade woke up because they clearly all went to sleep after the first vote, which was good because it allowed Purple Menaces to balance things out with their lack of sleep schedule. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I'm going to go ahead and assume that Purple Menaces will win again. And I am just like already mentally fortifying myself for the outcome of that. Trying really hard to remember who I put behind the doors. Which you wouldn't think would be hard. But sometimes it's easy to forget, particularly if there's 3 purple ones. I'm pretty sure I know what one of them is. But I'm absolutely racking my brain as to who the other one is. Mr. Bones is making a snack, so I'll read this one out loud. Hello, Mr. Bones. I think one of your relatives appeared in my dream. He has headphones in, so he'll be able to hear that. Nat, I hope that his relative was behaving himself.
Sorry, that was probably creepy Uncle Frank.
He says, sorry, it was probably creepy Uncle Frank. I guess it depends. Okay, have a nice dinner, Jumbled Knots. How am I feeling today? I hope I got a bit of rest. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. Lots of big projects at the moment. Well, one major big project at the moment. And it's just like, it's funny. You reach a point where you're so work busy that you start like daydreaming about the mundane things. Like right now, the idea of having a whole weekend free to just like deep clean my house sounds blissful. When who did I hear talking about this? It was years ago now, but Jacksepticeye at one point was like, he took a month off and he was just like really excited about cleaning his house. And I relate to that feeling now a lot better than I did then. It's one of those things where like it creeps up on you, but it's like just the idea of having the free time to just like really scrub everything. That'd be good. The only thing better than that would be like a major haircut. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tornado Kate was here earlier. The power went out, so she just disconnected from stream to preserve the battery life, which is a good thing, and we support and encourage that. But yeah, there was an active tornado warning and the power went out. So Tornado Kate's having a day. We're starting to wonder if the mushroom jumper is a portent of doom. I was really excited to get it out of storage because the weather has finally turned cold, and so I can wear my jumpers again. I had the fun goose jumper last stream, and I've got my mushroom jumper this stream. So, yay. But not if they cause tornadoes. That's not a yay. The puppet, yeah, the puppet I gave up on and put on a shelf for a week. He's in the background. He's just having a bit of a nosh. I'm quite attached to him. He is Mop, and he is my child. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. Okay, cool. And now we're making, well, this is a forticle. Your little has been watching the stream. Hello. Hello to Kim Pokey Trainer's little. Yeah, no, we definitely, Coletti Spaghetti, we definitely saw her this morning because she asked me to stop doing rain dances. So, yeah, definitely still around. Oh, sorry, a jumper is what we call this. You guys might know them as pullovers. I sometimes refer to it as a sweater, which I think is a more generic term. But to me, a sweater is something that buttons down the front. See, there we go. Everybody's saying hello now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Please have a bright yellow or green or red one behind the next winning number. I'm sorry, Anne, I don't think that's really on the menu for today. We're doing boring colours and we're doing purple, but there is plenty of like brighter ones. I think there's one teal one left. We've got a couple of oranges, not today, but like in general. A couple of oranges, 3 that I can think of off the top of my head. Definitely more, like at least 3 really bright yellows. So there's still plenty of colourful ones to come. It's just the time we'd been starving the purple menaces for a few weeks. It was time to feed them. Bunch of little gremlins that they are. Jumping mushrooms. You may be a bit asleep, but that makes sense as well. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where am I up to here? 8. Okay. 2 more rows on this one here. See, I love this. This is what I was saying before, and I'm just like, I hope this channel never grows too much bigger than this, because like, look at y'all. You'll know each other. It's like a big group of friends who gets together every weekend to do some crafting or housework or whatever. We are non-region specific. But just like, yeah, look, you all know each other. You're all saying hello to one another. You all remember, like, you pick up threads where they left off. You've had conversations outside of it. It's like, it's cozy. It's nice. I like that I'm part of it. It feels... That's the problem with untangling yarn. You always feel like you're just one, like pull the right thread and the whole thing will just sort itself out neatly. You're never just one small tug away from victory. You're not. Oh, she's been asking to watch you make specific things and it's cute, but she doesn't quite understand that I can't just put requests in and they happen instantly. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm afraid I I'm afraid that's not how it works. We could try a stream like that at some point, but honestly, I'd still only be able to take one request every hour or so. So even then, I'm afraid I'm not a vending machine. Maybe someday. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. This is the final row for this one here. And then we'll be up to the 5-tickle. Some interesting conversations going on about blacksmithing and flooding houses. I'm just going to focus on my tentacles for a little bit. To pull both the loose ends, and it normally spins like crazy and detangles. It depends on what kind of tangling we're talking about. Because like that can help sometimes, but that's only if it's a twist type tangle. And a lot of the time, it's not a twist type tangle. It's the bad kind. Gonna snip. I'm gonna stuff this one a little bit. We haven't stuffed any of them yet, which means we actually don't know what shape they really are. You don't really know what shape something is until you stuff it. Okay. And like, hypothetically, if I was going to make this one of the back ones. Okay, I'm going to have to finagle the exact angle properly, but I think that's going to look pretty good. I might have to make the back ones taller now that I'm looking at it like this, but I'll worry about that in a second. It's easy enough to add rows to something. Okay, so at the moment he's just kind of a sad Staryu. He's feeling a little blue, but we'll work on it. I think we've got the spacing really nice. I think they fit good. He's ending up a bit big, but what else is new there? He won't start looking really cool until we get the back arms on, and I might even be able to like position these so like these side ones, like so that he's in a pose here on the sprite. Might be able to like replicate that a little bit. All right, let's make another one. We're making good time on this. We are. I'll start the name vote after I finish this one here. There's no chilling in Australia when there isn't fire. There's water. And when it isn't that, it's the fall bears. It's the drop bears. They're the drop bears you're thinking of. Yeah, well, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, when it floods, it drives the spiders inside. And when it's on fire, it drives the spiders inside. How did Pinsir turn out? What was their name? We named him Sir Bobby because he's Sir Body Pin. Oh, and he looks bad right now, but we'll get it in editing. Don't you worry about that. We'll get it. And if he just looks like a Diglett having a very bad day, but he will improve. Here we go. Last one before we do the name vote. That's how you'll know the end is coming. 1, 2, 3, 4. One. Making too many of the same kind of piece ends up just like lulling me into almost nap type territory. So I'll wake back up for the third one. Don't you worry about that. I still can't remember who's behind one of the doors. I don't want to tell you which one because then you'll all vote for it. But I only know who is behind 2 of the 3 remaining doors. not even keeping track of rows. I'm just remembering to put an increase 3 into the middle stitch of every previous increase 3. It'll be fine. You get the same shape that way. That's basically all it is. It's how you write a pattern in a single sentence and annoy everybody. I would not survive Australia. You guys are probably them. No. Australia is just not that hard. Like, I think I've seen one large spider in the last 6 months. And even then, it was outside. Admittedly, our spiders are a little aggressive. That's only if you get in the way of their paths. Like, they have certain, like, pathways they like to patrol. Tend to be quite territorial. I'm thinking wolf spiders at the moment. They're quite territorial. They will run the same path every night. It's funny because you can, like, wait for them and they'll come around again. It's like if you stand in their way, they're going over you, whether you like it or not. And also, don't forget that the big ones jump. If you try and pick them up, they're going to jump straight at you. That is one of their main defense mechanisms. But otherwise, it's fine. Oh, well, the one I saw on the balcony was only like this big, right? Whereas like like a regular size spider is like this. So like, I suppose I should have called it a small spider. But you see lots of like the tiny, tiny itty bitty ones. This was the biggest spider I'd seen in a while. Whereas like huntsmans are normally like this. Both wildfires and floods regularly. That's just Australia, man. Okay, daddy longlegs are a weird one to be afraid of. Maybe it's because daddy longlegs have no concept of personal space. Like, a huntsman will jump at you, but only if, like, you annoy it. Otherwise, it'll just chill on the wall and be friends. Whereas, like, daddy longlegs is, you will find them just, like, casually taking a stroll along your armpit. And, there's also always a risk of inhalation, which is just, like, something you gotta watch out for there as well. That said, if they're just chilling in the top corners of rooms, that's not a big deal. Seen huntsmen the size of a dinner plate. Cool. I love it when they grow to their full potential. Yeah, huntsmen are good. We like them. We call them Percies. A large spider is defined as one that steps on 2 of your fingers at once rather than just one. Oh, that's funny. Wolf spiders are about as big as our spiders get in Canada. Yeah. That's fine. It's because the huntsman's over here. I've seen them... Actually, I don't know if that was a huntsman or not. I've seen videos of them eating snakes. But I know that, like, huntsmans will... If a silly mouse wanders into their clutches, they'll do what they gotta do. Oh, your last resident husband you named Bobbit. I love that. That's such a cute name. All of them were just sort of ubiquitously Percy in the farmhouse. Just got home from work and had to drive through areas where it's been flooded. My gosh, the water line was on the roof. Oh, that's awful. I actually hadn't realised it had gotten that bad. You say you just stay out of their way, but I can say the same thing about mountain lions. Well, yeah, you should also stay out of the way of mountain lions. They're all just little creatures living their little lives. It's just, we don't always agree on where we sit on their food chain. See, okay, I've heard that statistic about the average human eats however many spiders in their sleep. And I need to know, is that a mean, a median, or a mode? Because this matters to me. If the average person is a mean, there could just be one psycho out there gobbling down 50 spiders a day, bringing our averages up. You know what I mean? And if it's a median, that's also kind of okay, because there could be just like a small cluster of people who like their deep fried tarantulas or something. I believe that people eat tarantulas in some cuisines, right? It's like, that could account for the rest of us. If it's mode, I have further questions, because that means that, like, yeah, that's what, like, the most commonly occurring number of spiders to eat. Yeah. I have thoughts on this, and I really need to know what actual metric they've used there. And I've wondered about this for a while. To 6 inches is pretty good. For the wingspan of a spider. Yeah, see, I know that spiders are like on the menu in some places, and that makes sense to me. It's like locusts are on the menu in some places. Snails are on the menu in some places. Ugh, fish is on the menu in some places. Average is a nebulous term. It's just like, there are 3 ways we measure averages, and inquiring minds would like to know which one is the one being used right now. So yeah, that'd be good to know. Daddy long legs creep me out more than other small spiders. I think it's the legs. They look breakable and creepy and cringe. Sometimes they crawl down towards the water. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Lud, is that like daddy long legs don't respect personal space the way a lot of spiders do. Because like a lot of spiders won't crawl on you unless like, if they do, it's by accident. Whereas daddy long legs just see you as part of the topography. You were just in the way of the straightest line between A and B, or they're just wandering and they've just decided that they're on you. So you'll feel a little tickle and discover a little friend. And like, yeah, there's always the hazard of just like, if you like react and like swat at them, you're going to hurt them, which kind of ties into a fear of a kind, if that makes sense. Well, at least that's how I've always thought about it. It's just like, I would be afraid of hurting the creature, but also my fear response wouldn't necessarily be about being afraid of what it could do to me, but more about being afraid of what I could do to it. They get hit by the water and fall in, then none of us are happy and they drown. There we go. I think I finished this. I kind of just 1, 2, 3, 4, 17, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's disrespect, but it's fine. You get to be a bacticle instead of a fronticle. I do think these back ones need to be longer though. Maybe one row longer. Give them a little bit of reach. Oh, no, okay. Guys, nix the spider chat. We're making folks uncomfy. Yeah, so I'm making this back leg a little bit longer. Yeah, 19, I know, just the disgrace. It's supposed to be 20. Sorry, there was just a rant earlier about 15 stitches, I don't remember. There's 19. It's a prime number. They say the prime numbers aren't out to get you. But I think we all know that they are. That's why they think they're better than us. I don't think Angry Bear can be a drop bear because Angry Bear is based in the US. Drop bears are a pretty Australian thing. 15 is fine. 15's odd, but not prime. 15's divisible by both 3 and 5. Okay, and I'll just do this. I'm going to actually call them bacticles. 9, ink, 3, 11, single crochet. It doesn't know what a drop bear is. That's fine, it's a drop bear. I can't remember specifically either at the moment either. They're the thing that scares the tourists. Because they don't know not to walk under trees. They're a bear. They're a bear here in Australia. It's depending on who you ask, you may or may not believe in said bears. It would be un-Australian of me to confirm or deny their existence. But nevertheless, if you ask where the bear is over there. Let's do... Let's do the name poll, shall we? Little tadpole for everybody. The koalas... Okay, look. Koalas, first of all, not bears. And koalas will ruin your day if you give them the chance to. I've also seen theories that drop bears are literally just like a flat. Ooh, flat bear. Rawr. Oh, hey, we've reached that part of the stream. Flat bear. And they attach themselves to you. This is an unsuspecting person with just like a chomp. Yeah, and that's where babies come from. Alright, can I get the name list, Mr. Bones? Is that okay? I've forgotten what they all are. I know Dipper was one. Dipper can make the list. I really liked Polaris. Staryu is named Betelgeuse, like the star system, if anybody was wondering. I'm going rogue. You can't stop me. I'm gonna go with Pinsir. Was supposed to be Nab. Supposed to be oh, it's gonna just fit. Oh, it just fit. Pinsir was supposed to be Nab. And I'm not gonna do Star or We've Been Abandoned. But I will... Okay, guys, your choice is either we can have Asta or we can have Patrick. And I don't know how many SpongeBob SquarePants folks we have in the chat here. No, koalas are not raccoons. Koalas sleep 90% of their lives away because they can't process the only food they choose to eat. Asta? Okay, I'm seeing Asta. I'm gonna go with Asta. This is what happens when you leave the choice up to me. There we go. The poll hath been started. There it is. If it's not popped up for you, it will pop up in a second. And I'm going to make one final leggy. I suppose the ones at the front can be armies and the ones at the back can be leggies. Oh wow, a bunch of names came through after I'd already said the thing. I think that's still mostly Asta what I'm saying. Like, yeah, and judging by the... My brain keeps adding oid onto the end of Asta. So I keep thinking it's asteroid. Asteroid. Oh no, Polaris is in the mix as well. Alright, cool. That's true, the only food that koalas eat is poisonous. That's why they spend a lot of their time sleeping. 2, 3, 4, 6. She can be an asteroid. Of course she can. I'm just warning you, if you guys pick Asta, I'm going to name her Asteroid. I was like, as in like asteroid. Oh no, I regret my decision. Starmie is his own person. His name should not be a reference to another. What have I done? Starmie, I'm sorry. It's fine. It doesn't look like it's going to go through. Starmie and his leggies. Hey, y'all, don't shame my skeleton. You're picking bones. I know you tend to steer away from IP items as full videos and patterns, but would you consider making an IP character on the main channel? I'm not sure what you mean by that. The answer is probably no. It's like I will always consider things, but often like I'm not going to release a pattern for somebody else's IP. I'm just going to get sued and have everything I've worked for the last 5 years taken away. I'm not going to do that. But at the same time, I could make it. There are some things that I will be making. It's like something like a Gyarados. I love Gyarados. There's a good chance that at some point I'll do a project video on the main channel making Gyarados, but I wouldn't release the pattern for that on that channel. And that can sometimes stir up a little bit of ill feeling because people don't like it when I don't just, yeah. yeah, people don't really like it sometimes, and that's okay. You can't please everybody. But it's not nice to be accused of like taunting people either. Wait, where did the water come from? I'm so sorry he drew them on. I just make sure the phone's drawing tear marks. The idea of a skeleton with tear ducts is frightening, but also my brain was like, ear ducts! Yeah, Mr. Bones is an artist, but I think at the moment we're referencing the fact that he's a rogue skeleton with a dry erase marker. All I know is that my niece sees the taxidermy koalas in the museum and calls it a drop bear, then says it'll eat your face. Yeah. And then there's the hoop snakes. I'm a little bit more versed in hoop snake lore. Drop bears and hoop snakes are part of the same ecosystem. Sorry, probably worded badly. Oh, Kim Pyoki Trainer, yeah, sorry. I was not... I hope that my response didn't come across as any kind of, like, attack either. It was just like, I was just trying to, like, I don't know how to answer the question. I didn't mean for you to release the pattern. I was just not sure if you'd make the project still. I do still do project videos. I just haven't done one in a while. Yeah, like I said, Gyarados, I would love to do a large one because he is very special to me. But I don't know. If I did do a Gyarados video, it would go on the main channel though. This channel is exclusively for the live streams. What am I doing? I think that was meant to be just 8 around. No, I was doing fine. I was doing the right thing, and I've just second-guessed myself. Thank you, smallest petal. Oh, I understand the toothless request. No, that would be... No, I don't want to say no either, because, like, I would love to make the How to Train Your Dragons, but what, again, it's like, it's part and parcel with it, is that what comes with making them is the questions that are usually very politely worded, but sometimes are really, really demanding, for me to release the patterns as well. I'm not going to do that. No. I mean, I tend to share everything on Patreon anyway, so I suppose that kind of answers that question. But, like, I don't know. I have to, like, going into those videos, I have to go in mentally fortified for the outcome they produce. So even if I want to really badly play around with IP, I have to be ready that if I'm doing popular IP, like something like this How to Train Your Dragons thing, there's going to be fallout from it as well. So, Wormio and Julia are dropping. Darcy, you will not let that go, will you? Does CK ever read these after the fact and just go, what is everyone smoking? Yeah, sometimes. I wouldn't say it happens often. Look, okay. So for anybody confused about what's happening right now with Squog Quilt, I floated the notion of squog quilt, where you've got like some of the squogs are kissing, and some of the squogs are like just like frolicking little squogs. A whole quilt of them, and I was just like, okay, cool. Well, knowing that I'll never get to 1 million subs on my Complicated Knots channel, because I won't, and it's fine, and I'm good with that. If we hit 1 million subs over there, I will make squog quilt. I will make it a reality. But in the meantime, you guys can go feel free making your own squog quilts. I've just like thrown down the gauntlet. You know what? Fine. You can have a squad quilt. Jumbled Knots, one of the name options was Pinsir was supposed to be Nab. We did include it. It's just, I don't think it's going to win, I'm afraid. Stephanie Hall, you need your brain. So please do not preemptively donate it to the skeleton. Darcy, that's the joke. The joke is that I would need 900,000 additional subscribers over there. That's why I'm just like perfectly comfortable throwing this down. Because like, yeah, nah. No, I know. Oh. Okay, I'm going to finish making this leg and then we're going to close off the pole. And I will start the next round of Purple Menace versus Boring Colour Brigade. I suppose I could just put all 3 options up and you guys can pick for yourselves, but it's more fun if I throw it down. Because, like, honestly, the risk with not doing, like, the battle first is that the Purple Menaces will split their votes between the 2 purple options that are left on the board. So the Boring Colour Brigade will win if they're present. Y'all please stop donating your brains to the skeleton. He might come collect, and then where will we all be? No, please. Oh my goodness, Darcy, I can't think of anything that would kill a channel faster than doing that. Please do not. Please do not create extra. Don't do it. Feel free to recommend me to friends who you think might like it. Please do not create alt accounts and subscribe with them. I can go into the why that's terrible, but I don't think you'll need the lecture. Okay, y'all are getting weird and I need you to stop offering me organs. Okay, good. There we go. Mr. Bones is now stepping in and ceasing the black market organ trade. We'd be in a jar. You would be in a jar. We could call you Jam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. Okay, cool. One more. Oh no, technically you'd be Preserve. It's to do with the amount of pulp content. I'm assuming you guys are all pretty pulpy. You have no worries about you asking for a pattern you can't crochet. No, fair enough. The craft community is a lovely place and also can be slightly hostile at times. This is not a criticism of anybody in the room or anybody listening to this. Are we planning to squish their brains? It depends on what you want to do with the brains. I understand that they have a texture not dissimilar to custard tart. Also, does the brain count as an organ?
Yes, the brain is an organ.
Okay. Snickers at the preserved. Thank you, Bottega Channel. You're here as my own private cheer squad. What's a crochet? Is there someone trying to spell croissant? Is that what's happening, Nat? Yeah, that's just true. Skin is an organ. Okay, ease up, folks. We have our moments. It's just mine are happening live on the internet. Okay, there is the 6 tackle. Please note the careful pronunciation of that. So yeah, we're just missing 5 more of those on the back, but he's coming together really nicely. Croissant. No. Nat, I know that's not your spelling of it. I was just trying to track what had happened. Alright, I'm ending the poll. We've named the star. The name is Polaris, and it will go far. Cool, and that has ticked us over the 2-hour point on this project, so we will call this one here, and I will make the other 4 legs off stream and finish it there. So everyone say bye, Starmie. There he goes. And cool, let's start the next battle. So I know that we've got a bunch of newer people who have just shown up. Well, not newer people, but you know what I mean. The night shift is swapped over. So what we are doing today is we are battling the Purple Menaces against the Boring Colour Brigade. So let's set up the third and final round of this. This has been born of the fact that when I sat down to pick the theme for today, I realized that we had 6 purple Pokemon left and 6 boring coloured Pokemon left. And I was like, perfect, we haven't fed the purple menaces in a while. Let's see if they're hungry. So unfortunately, because we've picked one of each, we're now down to 5 boring and 5 purple. So this is going to break our tie. We will be declaring a winner after today. So if you are strongly associated with the boring colour brigade or the purple menaces, I suggest you get your votes in. But I'm going to start the poll and then I'm going to go for a little break. But I'm coming back and we'll start our third Pokemon. So here we go. There is the poll. And here is the Pokédex. Hit the wrong button. Hello! I adore the chaos you get up to when I go on breaks. I very often am sitting there like scoffing whatever snack I'm eating and just like rigging all the little bits and getting very amused. So I realized that we have a choice and it's a surprising one. I thought you guys were going to pull off a poll, but Boring Colour Brigade won at 52% of the votes and Purple Menaces came in second at 47%. So the Boring Colour Brigade won, which means... Oh, wow. It means we don't have a guess. We don't have a choice. We're making door number 4. Now, that does mean that the Boring Colour Brigade wins today. It does not mean they get to claim bragging rights for the rest of this stream. And then a new war begins next week. You know what I mean? Like, we're all friends here. We all love one another. I know that quite frequently you have been seen to vote behind each other's... Like, as in, like, vote for each other's colours. So, like, we know we're all friends here. This is not designed to stir up any long-lasting sentiment either way. But today, the Boring Colour Brigade won. Fair and square. And we're making Primeape. I kind of buried the lead there. We're making Primeape. We're finishing off the little fuzzy monkey clans. And the original little Mankey is adorable. He's this little dumpling type creature. But again, I did not prepare properly for this stream because I don't have him here to show you. But yeah, he's super cute. And now we're going to make his kind of angrier dad, older brother. I think older brother's less creepy. So yeah, let's update all the things. Let's do the counter. This is our 128th Pokemon, which is so many Pokemon. Actually, you know what? I'll update the Pokédex at this point too. So, yes. And your name is Polaris. And yes. And your name is Sir Bobby. Tin. And now we are making Primeape. Excuse me. There you are. And you are not named yet, but the Mankey's name was Furious George. Cool. All up to date. Puts us 85% of the way through Gen 1 and 19% of the way through all the Pokemon ever. So, oh, I have to update the sprite. It does mean that the Purple Menaces will have more choices coming up in future. Sprite. Bye, star. Hello, Primeape. There we go. Now I'm going to scroll on down in the Discord. Ah, Mr. Bones, you are on top of things. We have just this corner of the page to work with because of the drop bear and frog quilt escapades. So let's make it count. Thankfully, this guy is just a small fuzzy dude. We're just going to have to like sell this guy in the posing more than anything else. They've already done me the honor of giving him mitten hands because let's face it, I was going to do that anyway. We could call him Aggro Greg. It's a Furious George and Aggro Greg. I'm sorry, Mr. Bones. Does your model have butt cheeks? Have they caked the Primeape? That's upsetting. I am upset. A little bit. I want him to have a fun pose. He has like slightly larger ears than I think Mankey did. He has a whole lot more rage than Mankey did. And it's more potent. That said, he's going to end up looking adorable because we can't help ourselves. It's just how these guys turn out. I mean, they're just little fuzzy, like I said, little fuzzy dumplings. What are you supposed to do with that? Oh, and they've given him flipper feet too. Excellent. May not do him in a crouch position. It's upsetting me. But we brushed Mankey, so we probably should brush Primeape too. I feel like his nose should be bigger than that. There we go. The perfectly symmetrical fluff. Angry meatball, he's a spicy boy. He is. Gotta do the cheeks. We will not be doing the cheeks. Enraged Peter is funny. I kind of like Furious George and like Grumpy Gregory. Yeah, you just got a couple of little noodle arms with their mittens. The ears are probably going to be the most annoying part of this. I will outsource the fluffing to Bonesy dear. These are just flippers. These are just giant flippers. Oh no, he's got his ankle bands. He's been monitored. Oh, the outrage. Oh, the injustice. Oh, the snoot. Yeah, something approximating that. He also has that little veiny thing on his forehead, but I don't know if I'm going to add that. Okay, no, it is a marking on him, though. Noted. He's just a ball, guys. He's a ball the whole way around. Like, his side view. Thank you, Loot. You're always nailing this. Mr. Bones as well, not taking anything away from you at all. But, like, I really rely on multiple sources, and you guys are just the best. So, his, like, ears are up here, but he's round. He's just a round boy. His arms attach here. His legs attach here. He's just a round boy. Sorry, the dancing Primeape gif is taking me out. I always thought Primeape was in chains as a child, and I was oh no, that's true. They might be shackles. I think they're weights because he trains as a fighter, right? Has someone already said that? Because like yeah, I've made the joke about house arrest, but I think he's just training with like weighted wrist and ankle weights, like so he can be strong. So let's start a new page here. Primeape. We need some colours for our boy. I think his limbs are probably latte. Same colour we did Pinsir, because like that's the warm, soft brown that I have. And then I think cream. Cream is the choice we have for his nuggetiness. And then Antique Rose is definitely the choice for nose and inside the ears. And I think just black for the weights, which I also have here. So cool. We've collected our resources. Let us make ourselves a ball. Now, the original Mankey is like this big, so I'm going to go until Primeape is like this big. So I have to close Discord. The GIFs are very distracting. Okay, here we go. Ring 6 increases, 6 single crochet increase, and that'll get us up to 18, which is a solid start on our lad. I'm going to try and get him done in an hour and a half. I hope Mitch feels better soon, Darcy. Oh yeah, Pinsir was named Mr. Bobby Pin. I'm trying to make a joke out of like jalapeno because he's a spicy boy, and it's like my brain keeps going jalapita. It's like no, we're not calling him that. Jalapedro? No. Yeah, there's nothing sneaky here. He has no sneaky toes or fingers. He's got no... Please forgive me for putting the phrase sneaky fingers out into the world. He has no toe beans. He's got no sneaky tail. He's honestly easier to make than Mankey. The only thing that's kind of like one of the reasons we haven't made him yet is because he's fuzzy and I find it really annoying to brush them. But I got Mr. Bones for that now. I suppose I could always still just do it given that he's going to have safety eyes in, which I know freaks Mr. Bones out a little bit. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Boo, boo. You missed the last 50 minutes. That's okay. We finished off Starmie. Boring Colour Brigade, against the odds, in my opinion, won the final vote. And so we are making Primeape as our third and final Pokemon of the stream. We'll work on him for about an hour and a half and then wrap things up, where the final 2 doors, which were both purple, will be revealed because we believe in closure, but I also believe in helping people find the answers when they're looking for them. So I always do it at the end of the stream. Or at least I think I've done it earlier than that a couple of times, but I've learned my lesson, and now we always do it at the end of the stream. Because he's spicy, and he's a meatball, and something pineapple on pizza. Pineapple belongs on pizza. I will die on that hill. That is one of my hills. You want to call him Primeapple? Current name list. Aggro. Well, Aggron is a Pokemon, so I'm going to nix Aggro. But Dust Monkey. Dust Monkey sounds... I don't know, something about that phrasing makes me real uncomfy, and I don't know why. Pineapple is cute. I also kind of like, with Mankey being Furious George, I kind of like him being like Cantankerous Greg. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There we go. 18 around. Oh, he'd be so tiny. We could make him just the smallest little thing. Can you imagine if this was as big as we made him and he was just as big? He was just a little bite such You could eat him, but we won't, because he's not a real meatball. He's a yarn ball. Look, pineapple eats you. It belongs in my tummy. Nat, I will. Yeah, pineapple is delicious in all of its forms, and it's particularly good with bacon, which is only really good on pizza or in croissants, I suppose. And I wouldn't put pineapple on a croissant, but I would eat pineapple with a croissant. Pidgeot Primeapple. Yeah, he was just a little tiny bean. No, I want him to like look right next to Mankey, even though I don't have Mankey out on the table. Surly Steve. Little Tommy Tantrum. Yeah, pineapple pizza is good, but it eats you. Yeah, that's what makes it good. And for the record, it doesn't actually eat us, it just does its best to eat us. Did you know that all the kiwi fruit is named after the kiwi bird? Okay, that's cool. That is a fun new fact for me. Oh, Grumpanzee is a great name. Mr. Bones, can we make sure we keep that one? Grumpanzee is I like that one. Excellent. Pineapple is poisonous to you. Okay, you get an exception if pineapple is actively poisonous to you. And also you get an exception if you just don't like it. More pineapple for me. Punchy Petey. Okay. I think that's as big as we made Mankey, so I really should go one size larger up to 30 around for Primeape. But after doing the puck earlier, I don't know if I feel like doing a 30 around creature, so I could go up to 27 though. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Mankey was smaller than this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grumpanzee reminds you of the Shrimpanzee with Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Yeah, the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is pun heaven. And I will never not repeat, when given the opportunity to do so, there's a leak in the boat! Which is a very specific reference if you think about it. Yeah, Grumpanzee and Primeape are both very good names, but I would like to remind you all that we still have Flapple and basically the Apple Dragons coming up, like Gen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's Gen 9. So Primeape and Apple puns, we might want to reserve a little bit, but it's a very gentle suggestion. You've never watched that film? If you enjoy puns, you will enjoy Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Yeah, and if you don't enjoy puns, you will learn. Yeah, I feel like this is bigger than Mankey was. And you wouldn't think that the difference between 27 stitches around and 30 stitches around makes that big of a difference, and it does. If I have to do 10 rows of something, I only have to do 9 rows if it's a 27. Ooh, sliced banana on pizza. We do like chocolate Nutella pizzas over here. I can't eat them because those are poisonous to me, but in theory they smell great. Yeah, dessert pizzas. Yummy. Yeah, that's true. There are still plenty of apple names out there for sure. That's why I'm not nixing it. I'm just gently reminding, because like sometimes, like I know I did the Pinchy thing. Like I'm the one who named Flygon Pinchy and forgot about it promptly apparently. But yeah, sometimes it makes sense to reserve certain really good puns for some certain situations. Banana on curry, that's a new one. I can understand that though, like the creamy with the spicy. I get that. Chocolate banana pizza? I can understand it. Yeah, creamy. I volunteer to eat Sam Tyer's portion of the world's pineapple. I volunteer as tribute. That can be my pineapple. I will eat it. You wish you had a croissant for breakfast? That circles me neatly back around to the fact that we went to Costco yesterday, and I was immediately overwhelmed. Yeah. I did my best. I hung on. There is so many things in Costco, but we ended up with a dozen croissants, which is why there has been so much croissant talk during today's chat. As we all work out, we all know how to spell it, but it's more fun to pretend we don't. Hello, I've just had one, love, but you could eat one. I also ended up with basically a keg of Freddos, which is what Mr. Bones is getting into now. Nat, the bananas thing. You've mentioned that you can't eat them. Is that because of the banana spiders? or is it an allergy thing? It's probably an allergy thing. It's making me kind of peckish too. That's alright though. I can comfortably hold on to the end of stream now because I can. I'm just built that way. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to work on the tapestry straight away or if I'm going to take a little gaming break, but I know I should work on the tapestry straight away when this is done. 19 squares to go, and I want that video to be out this week. Do you know that I have more than 300 gigabytes of footage for that video? I have filmed the making of every single square, and I know that it's going to be reduced down to like probably less than 5 seconds a square. But like, I had to film, you have to film everything so that you capture the little magical moments that happen in between. And like, yeah, 300 gigabytes of footage. That is, I think, my biggest video to date. It's certainly a significant achievement. It'll be smaller than that when I've edited it, of course. But for now, it's huge, and it's living across 3 different hard drives where I have room for it. Oh my goodness, I'm starting to have to like guess by my lack of understanding what the word is that you're meaning croissant. If it starts with a C and ends with a T and has like a vague SA type of, like S's and A's type of vibe to it, then I'm like, okay, cool. That's probably the croissant thing. Oh wow, okay, banana taste. Did you know that, you probably wouldn't know this because you can't eat bananas, but lolly bananas, those foam lollies, real bananas, there was a strain of them that used to taste like that. But we ate them to extinction. So now lolly bananas are all that remains. The ghost of the fruit that once was. Stop! Stop opening things! Okay, there we go. I'm trying to get a window to close off my screen. I'm just like, stop, I can't see chat. Stop it. Remember having red apples in salads as a kid? Was super weird. Oh, my favorite salad, right? You ready for this? You take 2 cucumbers, 3 to 4 pink lady apples, and a bunch, sometimes 2 bunches of celery. And you chop it all up so all like little pieces are just like little bits of confetti, and then you squeeze an orange over the top of the whole thing. It's the best. Literally made my reflux disappear overnight. This is not a medical recommendation. Yeah, no, it's so tasty. It's so refreshing. You're hydrated. You're getting your fiber. You're getting all of those micronutrients, and it's delicious. It's delicious. It tastes like candy. I think of it as confetti salad. It's good. Yeah, the lolly bananas, they look like this. They're kind of like shaped like this, but they're yellow. They might be slightly smaller than that. Banana not for scale. Yeah, candy. It's a piece of candy, just to try and speak in outside of Australian language. Ooh, pineapple tea. I don't know if that sounds good or bad, but definitely try that. If it helps, I understand that we use the word lolly to mean candy or sweets, but we use the word, like what you guys would call like an ice lolly, we would call an ice block. We're kind of a literal people. And sweets is like generic dessert. So sweets could be ice cream or cake, or, you know, if you're having sweets, you're having dessert. You know what? The curried sausages thing, boiled in milk before cooking them, makes sense to me, because you also do that with kidneys. Something about it like reduces the bitterness of the organ meat. It makes them tastier, apparently. Not my sort of thing. But I am familiar with the theory of sweetbreads in milk, like as a cooking process. So like the idea of currying sausages that way makes sense to me. Okay, but Darcy, I also make it without the celery, because sometimes there's a thing as too much fiber. Yeah, and so like just the apple cucumber, with, again, with the orange over the top. It has to be a juicy navel orange, though. It has to be. it's delicious that way. It's just, it's good. So just make it without celery. No celery in it. Easy. Or if I'm lazy, I just make it without the celery. Okay, well, who has triggered Nat? And we're back to organs. What's wrong, Nat? Okay. Just cooking methods. I made the joke earlier where you say you eat like a medieval peasant, but I eat like an unsupervised 8-year-old, so I think we're even. Well, like that's except for when I'm supervised. Mr. Bones does our like big cooking, and when he cooks, I eat very well. Yeah, good. I'm glad to. I'm glad for the reinforcement that I'm not crazy about the milk thing, because like I heard that and I was just immediately like I didn't know it, but I was immediately like, yeah, no, that makes sense to me. That matches up with the way I see the world. You boil them in milk before you eat them, because otherwise they taste bitter. Like, you still cook them afterwards. You eat like a scavenging raccoon. That's fair. That's a completely legitimate way to approach life. All of the mischief, none of the shame. It's good. Sounds like something Mr. Organs would do. No, that's cannibalism. Nah. Mr. Organs can't eat organ meat. Rolled oats in the chili con carne. Yes, filler. Again, that makes sense. I put oats in everything these days. You'd be surprised. Bread, rice, potatoes. Yeah, those are 3 excellent foods to have as your favorites. They are a good foundation for flavor. Yeah, ice block or icy pole. Again, I would like to mention that I often leave the bunches of celery out, but you can include them if you like them. But otherwise, apple and cucumber is absolutely where it's at. Give me carbs and cheese and I would be very happy. Yeah, my meal planning is like, what do I put under the melted cheese? Which becomes harder when you can't process wheat. But yeah, we are adapting. Okay, Mr. Bones, I want to ban you from chat for the phrase meat-flavoured yogurt. I don't know how to do that, but I want you to know that's what my current thought process is. Like, he has to go. Oh, no! That's the worst, when you're all ready to eat the apple and then the apple is gone. It's just as bad with any type of food, really. When you're all set, you've been thinking about it, you want to eat it, and then it's gone. It's gone for whatever reason. Ooh. What did you eat in London? Yeah, Tanman, I assumed that you meant gaminess instead of lameness, but I don't want to just be like, did you mean this? Because you might have meant lameness, I don't know. Okay, that is many rows that I have just done, and I am done with making rows. I would like to be done with the rows. He is a very tubular little fella, but he's going to be brushed and fluffy, and so I feel I can get away with him being more of a tube than he technically should be. When I stuff him, this will fluff out nicely, so I think I can get away with it. How many rows have I done though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We've done 7 rows of 27 single crochet. And we're feeling quite superior because of it. 7 rows is a lot. I don't think we're done yet though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we ain't done yet. Gotta do at least 1 more. Bacon flavored yogurt? No. We're not entertaining meat flavored yogurt. That's revolting. Now I feel like the kombucha meme lady. Like, meat flavored yogurt, but then, Went to a very fancy restaurant and had a perfectly cooked filet steak. Oh, lovely. To have it with some pommes frites. Oh, Mr. Bones, no, we'll miss you. Come back. He does look like he's reacting to Scorn Quilt. He's got a lot of energy, this fella. I said, if you're ever asking where bear, it's probably over there, bear. Oh, he's back. Don't know how he's doing this. No fair. Why do you get fonts? Okay, we've gone around and around and around and around and around. By that I mean I'm a brand of Renaissance music? What? Do you mean you're Bach? Yep. Don't. Anyway, I'm not going to begin to break down what was wrong with that. Oh no, he came back in cursive. This isn't even his final form. Now, are you too small? You're too small, friend. Or do you need to be bigger? I think you're just the right size. Let's chuck some eyes in you. Is it Bach? It's Bach.
It's all they ever ask for.
Oh, they gotta go up. His eyes are surprisingly close to the top of his head. I mean, I suppose that's true for all of us. Okay, I can see that. That works. I'll, first of all, we'll finalize that count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. 8 is the final count. And, oh, I did not record where the eyes went in on Pinsir. What am I doing? I'm in such tapestry mode. I was about to just, like, cut off a bunch of pink yarn and start stitching. Can people still read cursive? Yeah. I think it's the writing that's the issue. I think people's handwriting is... Because, like, when you don't practice a skill, it goes away. I hang in there because of my crochet notes, I think. I think I get credit. Mr. Bones' writing is an interesting exercise in decryption. And that's not just because he's a skeleton in a crypt. Pretty pleased with that joke. Thank you for asking. How round is your nostril, little Primeape, little Primeape? How round is your nostril? How round is your nose? I think it's a little wider. But I messed it up. I messed it up. That one got a face palm from me, which I still consider successful. Yes, I win. We have kookaburras on the power lines outside and they're laughing and it's so loud. After not hearing birds for like 4 days, it's nice to hear. Yeah, one of my favorite, like one of the purest joys in life is birds being silly. Birds being ridiculous. I got a real treat last week because I got to watch some galahs, like the pink and grey ones, being absolutely ridiculous, and some crows just like straight up dangling upside down from trees, just being loopy. It's just like watching birds just like doing hashtag bird things is just, it's just a delight. It's just really nice. I am determined to have a bird feeder with a tree where there are birds. That is my idea of success. I will know I am successful when I have these things. And the wild birds will come and visit, and I will get to look at them. Kath, that's interesting, but also I understand it. If I don't handwrite handwriting cements it into a different part of my brain than typing it out. I fully understand. And Darcy, you're welcome to the bucket song. It's yours now. It's my little gift to you. Primeape currently looking like a very pale Diglett. Well, yeah. I mean, like, where's the lie, though? He's just the albino Diglett they spoke of in mythology. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm so sorry, my brain is coming up with some really awful nicknames for him. My personal favourite so far is the White Wiggler. It's like the white whale from Moby Dick, but not at all. Okay, I'm fine. Gotta stop doing that. It's meant to be a nose. Okay, your snoot is perhaps a little disproportionately large. I think but it's like it's the right shape. What a problem we're having here. One, 2. Okay, that's 8 now. I feel like that's smaller. It's because it is smaller. It's 2 stitches smaller. It's no, stop frogging. I pulled the wrong line. Secret Diglett. CK want to see a flying chihuahua? Are you about to throw a chihuahua at me? Because if anyone in real life asked me that question, I would expect to receive a face full of chihuahua. And that would be a little ow chihuahua. Okay, that is now smaller. That is now 8 instead of 10. I'm sorry, buddy. Your nose was perfect and beautiful before. We just need to give you a little bit of a nose job. I think those eyes are in the right spot. So they are 1, 4, 5, 6. 2 stitches between them. The nose is a magic ring of 8. Finish off. Okay, cool. Let's snap these backs on. Post in the live stream Discord. Okay, cool. I'll have a look in a second. I don't know what this riff is, but it's stuck in my head. Oh, secret tunnel. Secret Diglett! Secret Diglett! It's funny, I should have guessed that. Oh, there's something in my way. Smashmallow? He's totally a Smashmallow. Alright, bye Jumbled Knots. Thank you for hanging out. I'm sorry we didn't name Pinsir Nab Nab. We tried. That's for you. You can now see it. That's going to be your insides. Is it wrong to show them their organs before they become their insides? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, here we go. 3, 4, and 5, and 6, 7, and we decrease. Decrease right there in the middle. Okay, I'm going to check out this chihuahua in a second. You can type upside down. It doesn't slow me down reading it. Sorry, Tactor. Alright, want to see a flying chihuahua. Here we go. I'm braving the Discord again. I've had it minimized because it got very distracting. Oh wow, it really is flying just straight at you. Oh, that's wonderful. Ah, it's a drop bear. I'm sorry, Fluffy Chumper. I missed the fact that you posted the exact GIF for the leak in the boat thing that I did. That's amazing. Are there any Gen 1 Pokemon that have never been offered in as an option for a poll? There are. I would have to check my other spreadsheet to tell you specifically which ones. But it was actually a stream theme only like 2 or 3 weeks ago where we went through and fixed that. And some of them got chosen. But overwhelmingly, Pokemon get picked the first time they appear at a poll. It's like something like a 75% thing. Like 75% of all Pokemon get picked the first time they're appearing in a poll, which is funny because like you guys don't really know who you're picking until you've picked a pack of pickled Pokemon. Sorry, making notes. The other half of my job, it's just not quite as performative. Oh, that's a decrease, not an increase. It's important. You don't want to get bigger. Don't try to get smaller. There we go. We have not had Tauros even once, I don't believe. I don't know. There's something about making a cow that's just, for some reason, just not super inspiring to me. So, like, if I have, like, but we're getting to the pointy end, so, like, there's a good chance he'll start turning up. I try to keep the shapes variable as well so that I don't get too burned out and you guys don't have to watch 4 four-legged creatures in a row. So like if there was an option to do a 4-legged creature, I would include Ponyta, or I would include something like Growlithe or Persian. Whereas like now we've gone through those ones there, we're now reaching a point of like, okay, cool, there's room for a 4-legged creature here. Taurus, you're up. One, 2, 3, 16, 17. Okay, that should not be there. There we go. I'm gonna stuff. I don't think I'm gonna weight him. I don't think Mankey has a weight in him. I don't think this guy gets one either. I know he has weighted arms and legs, but no. No. As a dog owner, I can confirm any interest in the dog is acceptable. Yeah, my problem is that I want to interact and apply to give it attention directly to the dog. I don't want to interact with the human attached to the dog. Because then I feel like I'm being the weirdo. And I know that most dog owners are perfectly lovely people, and you can tell because they've got lovely dogs. But, like, I don't want to interact with the person. I'm here to interact with the puppy. Okay? Just like, you see the person approaching, proffer the puppy. Let me engage with the animal. I can make eye contact with the animal. That's not a big deal at all. Okay, and then Schnoz goes here. Oh, I got black pins as well, so we can give him nostrils. We must disguise our nostrils. The men don't like them. There we go. I don't know, does he look like a pterodactyl? This reference too old for anyone? Cool. Now we continue closing off the ball. Mr. Bones, next time it is convenient for you, I would love an updated name list if we have any actual names in contention. Because I know that there was a few being bandied about earlier. It's just I kind of like to know what I'm trying to make him look like, if that makes sense. Is he a meatball? Or is he Cantankerous Gregory? You know, there's a big difference between those two names. Just say it all in one. Oh, puppy, can I pat them? Current name list. Primeape, Grumpanzee. Oh no. The White Wiggler like from Moby Dick, but not at all. Okay. I could just see a whole mythos being built up around the albino Diglett. You know what I mean? Like a whole, like, people hunting it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and in the end it's just being like a metaphor for our own fallibility. Oh, I like Cantankerous Gregory. Loot, the fact that you're achieving 10% operation, I'm impressed. So you're doing fine. Oh, and I hope you won games night last week. I don't know if winning was really one of the options, but like I hope it was, and I hope you did. Okay, we have a little baseball. An interesting theory, Zenaris von Schlottenstein. Maybe all Digletts are actually albino. They just look brown because of the dirt. It is a notion to be considered. Maybe we finally achieved our dream of, what was it, the 13-foot tapeworm? I can't remember how long I made the hypothetical tapeworm. Pig ball. He's a little bacon bit. There we go. Okay, you go sit over there. And we need to make you... Let's see, you need ears and you need limbs, my little friend. Let's make you an arm, maybe a leg. Fisticuffs. Oh, love that. That's what those things are. They're totally fisticuffs. Oh, cross stitch is a good idea, Nat. I only have 19 squares to go on my tapestry, and anyone who's been here for more than an hour has heard me say that like 7 times. Coletti spaghetti, the same. I would not consider where I live to be fair to a dog. So, along with my tree and my bird bath and all of the wild birds that are going to visit, we're going to have a dog. Yeah. Yeah. At least one. 1, 2, 3. I only ever really wanted one. But, like, if he gets lonely, we might have to get him a pet. Flumpy Chomper. I look forward to reading that later, but that looks so cute right now. I'm just going to scroll up so I don't have to make eye contact with it. There was just a bunch of Digletts and their different strains. It was very cute looking. Okay, so now we need to take this little round circle and make it more of a mitten. Anyone else ever find it really weird that we can do all this with a piece of string? I don't know. I was thinking about it the other day. I'm just like, I think it's really weird that we do all of this with just like a piece of string. Like, that's cool. That's cool. We do it with string and with maths. I'm gonna start calling it string theory and see how many scientists I can enrage. That's one angry skeleton. I think that's too big to be his hand. Like, his hands are big, but they're not quite that big. But his foot, I think it might be the perfect size. Guys, I'm actually just so tired. I'm kind of just like,
I almost went face first into my keyboard before because it's nice and calm and it's cold. And
yeah.
I had nice warm coffee and like the caffeine hadn't kicked in.
Oh.
The warm had kicked in.
Yeah.
There is actually a mathematical thing which is all about like topology for like the topology bit, but also there's another one about not making it stuff. And string theory is something completely different. Like you have,
yeah, I know.
You have two good sciences.
That's why it's funny.
Devoted for.
He's so angry.
It doesn't make it funny. Saying rogue things isn't humor.
No, it's irony. It's a use of words expressing something other than their literal intention. It's string theory. It's funny.
Or 348 bones I have are
Why do you have 348 bones? That seems like too many bones. I thought we only had like 207.
Trembling with anger. There we go.
Quivering bones.
Quivering bones.
Jelly bones.
I don't have to know how many bones a skeleton has.
I think it's 200 and something. Maybe.
So I was just ballparking a number above what it probably is.
Average human.
Because it's better to have too many bones than too little.
No, I'm not sure that's true.
No, that's definitely true.
Hey, 206 bones.
Yeah.
I was one off. So I was allowing for everybody to have swallowed one chicken wing. Whole.
Yeah. Or 1 in 5 people. I think there's 5 bones in a chicken wing.
Yeah.
But no, it's definitely better to
Oh
have...
wow, infants have more. Infants have 270. That's so many bones.
The skull hasn't fused yet.
Maybe you're a baby bones.
No.
No, you're a full-grown bones.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other day I was rambling to a knitter about how insane it is that I can just fabricate an object. I still can't believe it. I can fabricate a plant. Yeah, we just sit down with a ball of literal string and we're just like, hoo-dee-hoo-dee-hoo, ta-da. That's right. No, he's not baby bones. We're nixing that. It clearly made him kind of uncomfortable, so we're not doing it. How many extras are you storing? He said 348. I can't believe I got it. I can't believe I was that close. Yeah. I'm quite pleased. I know that there's 36 calories in a human tooth, and I won't be taking any further questions on the subject. All right, so this is the hand. And here we go. I'm just going to make it slightly smaller because I think I was making it too big. Yeah, we are. It's 3D printing. I want to race a 3D printer. I keep saying it. I could make it happen probably, but like, that sounds like effort. It's like, no. I just want to keep saying I reckon I could beat one in a fight. Maybe Mr. Bones is just storing up some spare parts. Like, we have lovely cushioned meat suits. He doesn't have that luxury. So, sometimes he needs to be able to swap pieces out. That is a very unique fact about teeth. I thought so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I whip that fact out at parties, which is why I get invited to so many of them. So here we go. That's smaller now, but I think it's a better size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 9, 10, 11. Here we go. We got this. 12. 14. You reckon he's just got spare femurs just in case? 15. 16. Do we share a meat suit? No. I am a skeleton inside a meat suit. He is a skeleton. There is a difference. It'd just be icky if we had to share. Meat suits are kind of single use only, you know? Alright, we're making a thumb. I might just do it as a little picot. Little thumb picot. Aw, little thumper. Is that enough of a thumb for you, or do you need more thumb? I don't think you have much thumb. I think that might be enough. Maybe I've just put it in the wrong spot. That I'm not sure that that's a fun fact, but it's certainly interesting. You have extra bones in your feet from stress of working on a concrete floor. So like bone spurs. Because I got some of those in my neck. Mr. Bones have a bone necklace and other bone jewellery. Well, I mean, I don't know if he's an ornamental skeleton or not. We'd have to find out. Do teeth count as bones? I don't know. That's true. Meat suits have capabilities to produce other tiny meat suits. That's true. I'm no longer counting my stitches. I'm doomed. I'm doomed in this arm endeavour. I'm going to arbitrarily stop there. Okay, that's 4 rows. No, we don't need to talk about that. Don't be silly. I'm sorry, I'm loving the juxtaposition between teeth are definitely bones and then, oh, then yeah, I only have 206 bones. That's actually genuinely frightening. I feel out of my depth in this conversation, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna sit here and play with my string. 1, 2. Don't come in here cackling evilly. That's not helping.
Just multiple rows. Like shark.
Oh no, have you ever seen an x-ray of an infant's skull?
Yes.
Horrifying.
I was thinking...
their faces, their heads, it's just all teeth. It's all teeth. It's layers of teeth.
The chat will have to forgive me for this.
Oh?
Just because it's an in-joke. I was thinking more like Otis. Yeah.
When your jaws open wide and there's more jaws inside, that's Mr. Bones. Sorry, I'm so sorry. When you thought you could chew, but your teeth gone, what do? That was Mr. Bones. Yep, okay. I'm gonna try and settle down. My cackles have become kind of cackly. I think we've reached that time. There we go. I'm gonna add the fisticuffs to his little paddle of a hand. Whew, I'm okay. Everyone's okay. We're all right. We're all fine.
What do?
What do?
As per my previous email.
Oh no.
It is my responsibility to inform you that we have hit the weird part of the string.
Oh, I didn't realise that was formally one of your duties, but if you choose to take on extra responsibilities, management will look favourably upon this.
Excellent.
Hey, I apologise preemptively for that one there. Okay, you can't hold what do against me. Sorry folks, I've gotten kind of introspective and quizzical here for a second because I've just felt a twinge in my wrist. I just want to check it real quick. If it's hurting, I'm going to stop stream. I think I'm okay. I think it was just a flick. You know, sometimes you get like the little zings. I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we're good. Never hurts to check though. Back. Because the week's work has not begun yet. So we don't have time for injuries. So we stop before injuries happen. It's the best way to heal from an injury is to not get one. If you can avoid it. 1, 2, 6, 7. But we will soldier on for now because it was fine. I think I'm getting my fun facts mixed up. 1, 2. A little decrease. 1, 2. Elephant tusks and rhino hair, rhino horns. Yeah, that's all like keratin, right? Hair. Yeah. All the same stuff as hair. There is a difference, but yeah. Like you couldn't, no amount of detangler is going to comb out a tusk. Can you... Okay, here we go. No, like there is not an elephant out there with access to a Pantene factory or whatever. Elephant who has like long luxurious ponytails coming out of its face. Like, this is just not how an elephant do. Same thing for the rhino. Hang on, I'm less familiar with how to draw rhinos. You're gonna have to bear with me. I feel like that's not bad. It's a very cartoony rhino. We'll work on it. I'll work on the rhino. He gets boots. He's a rhino in boots to make up for the fact that he's not a good rhino. He's a rhino in little lace-up boots. And they always have little birds on their backs. Oh yeah, and like again, just with like majestic swishy ponytail off the head. That's just not how it works. Good morning to England. Amy, I'm afraid you've arrived at a strange part of the stream. But you are welcome, and we are happy to have you. 3. 4. 5. 6. Well, yeah, he got details prior to the ponytail. I'm a storyteller. We're going to tell the story in the order it was needed to be told. Wait, what looks at you because they know? Hold on. An awkward moment when you're around new people, so you tell your interesting fact, but you know one person in the group has already heard the fact, and they look at you because they know. Oh no. It's like you've got a favourite joke, and you've told people the joke, and then you've got a new group of people, but then one of the people you've already told this joke to. It's like, oh, are they going to be one of those people who steals the punchline? I'm unfortunately one of those people. But it's because I get so excited to have a shared moment of joy with people that I know the answer, that I'm just like, oh, I can participate. And then I feel bad afterwards because I know that it's so bad to steal someone else's punchline. But I only know that logically, and the logic part of me is not what's responding to the joke in that moment. I'm trying to be better. I need to be a reformed punchline thief. Oh, that kind of necromancer. Yes. Isn't a nose tail a mustache? I think it's a mustache if it's below the nostrils, and it's a ponytail if it's above the nostrils. Positioning is very important as to when discussing hair, where it is extremely relevant to when labeling the hair.
So if I could braid my eyebrows, there would be ponytails.
No, because they're above your eyes, but below your hairline.
Well, there's one problem with that.
Is it?
Ponies.
No, they have that.
Because it's below their nose.
Yeah, but ponytails belong hairhead. A pony can have ponytails, but like the ponytail isn't necessarily a ponytail.
Yeah, but well, of course not, because it's below its nose.
No.
Yeah.
Your beard can have a ponytail in it, but it does not make the beard itself a pony space tail.
Oh.
A ponytail is a style of hair, not the hair itself. Mm. Good morning from Canada. Welcome. I warn you, if you've watched these streams back as replays, you know that there's always a weird part. You've arrived just square in the middle of it. Look, he got arms. I think that's long enough. I don't think his arm needs to be much longer than that. I think that's good. But I will finish off the row, because we've used a marker for that exact purpose. I think I need to do a whole bunch more stitches. Got a lot of nonsense coming out of the middle here as well, so let's just clean that up. Oh no! That is not how we clean things up. Why did I just cut my yarn off like that? Okay, we're gonna squeeze a stitch or two out of it, but then we're just gonna pretend we finished the row. We only needed like there's the end of the row. I'm not going to quite make it because of yarn chicken with this little nub, but we're 1 stitch short, so close enough. Is there enough left to let me finish off? Wunderbar. Three, it should have been 4. You siphoned your brain power? Whose brain power got siphoned? How do I get some? Wait, is it mine? A unibrow is a mustache. You can't convince me otherwise. No, no. No, no. A mustache is a unibrow, but a unibrow is not a mustache. There you are, boy. You can be all ragey and whatnot. Okay. Trying to remember what I said when I said I would go to. Let's do the name vote. Let's start the name vote just so that I don't forget to do the name vote, because we're coming up at the pointy end of the stream where I tend to be a little bit mollusk brained. Like I almost forgot to do the reveals last week. You just like glanced at your chat as you were saying bye, and someone was like, "The reveals!" So we came back and did a post-credit end scene. Mr. Bones, when you return inside, I would love a name list. Thank you very much. In the meantime, I'm gonna start working on a foot. You can bask there, my little dumpling. He's gonna be so much angrier next time you see him. As for getting Pokemon finished off, my goals will be to finish Blastoise and Kabuto before next week, and if I have time to finish the ones we made today as well. We might be operating at a little bit of a delay while I get caught up, just because this week is a huge week in terms of video editing, so I don't know how much Pokemon time there'll be. Yeah, but like, I will chip away at it, and Blastoise and Kabuto will get done. I just can't promise that Pinsir, Starmie, and Primeape will get finished for next week. With that all said, we only have 23 Pokemon to go, if I'm doing that math correctly, and I believe I am. I'm seeing Meatball, I'm seeing Fisticuffs, these are all excellent names. I like Grumpanzee. I'm going to go a little rogue on this one here because I've seen some really good names, and I don't want them to miss out, even if you guys don't agree that they're the best. I liked Meatball. I liked Grumpanzee. I liked Cantankerous Gregory, because we named the Mankey Furious George, in case anyone needed some context on that one. Trying to remember how to spell Cantankerous Gregory. And Primeape. Primeape can be the last one. Primeape. You can try to eat him, but he's gonna try and eat you first. Okay, there we go. Well, I don't know if it was a marshmallow suggestion. I think it was a squishmallow pun. It was like squashmallow or punchmallow. But I didn't really kind of catch in the tide, so to speak. Oh, Fisticuffs, that's true. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a bit of fluff. It's fine. You can live with it. You can't live with it. I'm so sorry. Hold on. This is a side channel, don't worry if the sewing gets delayed. Yeah, no, I mentioned it very briefly at the start of stream. The days of holding myself to an unrealistic standard of perfection is gone. They're gone. I'm trying desperately to leave them behind. I made a joke about leaving them behind in my 20s, when realistically I'm hoping to be able to say I left it behind in my 30s. Yeah, it's just like, I'm not feeling bad about that. I am definitely working as hard as it is possible to humanly work. So it's okay if not everything gets done. Like, the big thing will be getting that tapestry done, as I mentioned multiple times behind me there. I'm down to final row. You can see I'm finished all the way up to this final row here. I've got 19 squares to go, and I'm going to be working on that after stream today. So I'm hoping to get that all done before I go to bed, which would be nice. Whew. Sorry, there's that wave of tired again. Nobody panic. Hey, nobody panic. Probably a belated panic, if anything. Oh, that's a surprise. I didn't realise Cantankerous Gregory was going to... I really thought that Grumpanzee was going to be the choice today. Fiery Puffball, the first of his line. I don't like this foot. You know what? I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to stop. I'm tired and I don't like that foot. I don't like how it's turning out. So I don't want to... This is as far as our little... Looks like his name's going to be Cantankerous Gregory. You emailed me today, Spoonie? I will look out for that. It will actually open my inbox. It's kind of a place sometimes. Cantankerous Gregory won with 40%. Cantankerous Gregory. Well, thank you. Excellent. So let's give you a little update on our Pokédex. As mentioned, we have now made 196 Pokemon in total, which is 128 from Gen 1, meaning we are 85% of the way through Gen 1 and 19% of the way through the entire national dex, or whatever you want to call it, all of them, which is huge and amazing. Our most common type is water type. Last week kind of put it over the edge. So 17.3% of the Pokemon we've made were water type. You can leave your request for any particular typing you were interested in knowing the rankings of, but so far it's water, poison, normal, and then flying is fourth. And then grass, and then there's a bunch like all tied together. Happy to share percentages. You just got to let me know. I will do the reveals now, and then I'll come back and I'll talk about the percentages. All right, bye to everybody who's leaving. I'm going to just do the reveals. So door number 1 is the one I can't remember. Door number 5 should be Venomoth, if I remember correctly. There he is. So we could have made another one of our bugs. I love bugs. And number 1 was... Oh, number 1 was Grimer. Lovely. Okay, cool. So that was our collection today. Of course, Boring Colour Brigade was the winner today, but a new battle starts next week. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, 1/5 of the way is huge. Like, people are like, oh, it's going to take you forever. I'm just like, I don't know if it is. We're already a quarter of the way through Gen 2 and we haven't even started yet. Grimer, my boy. Yeah, he's a cutie. He's a little cutie patootie. Let's give him a little mustache, shall we? What colour would Grimer's mustache be? I'm getting distracted. Let's do just a tiny little like... He's happy to be here. It's fine. All right. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Happy time zone. I will see you all next week. Yeah, no, it wasn't Ghastly. A couple of people thought it was Ghastly, but it wasn't. But I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Bye. Have a good week. Bye. Primeape. Not... Dang it, where is it? I know I have forgotten to turn the mic off. I'm looking for the buttons, okay? Okay, now I'm really